I want to call to order the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission meeting for June 10th, 2024. Before we get started, I just want to let everyone be aware that there is a new agenda. The agenda items were reversed, so if you have your packet agenda, throw that away. Use the one that's on your desk that was put there this morning.
Which is
The correct is where, if you look at agenda, All Saints is item number 10 and 2929 is item number 11. 11.
okay.
And just throw the other one away.
Item 11.
It's on the desk. He put copies in the desk.
It's on my plate here.
Okay. Okay, we need to get moving here. Let's start with the roll call. Oh, and we do have Karen. Okay. You want to join up? There is a chair up here for you. You'll just have to kind of slide over a little bit. It's nice to have everybody up, so thank you. Okay, we're going to start with the roll call. I'll start left to right.
Lansing Duncan, 3rd District. Rob Knight, 4th District.
Keith Coffin Gray, Chair, 1st District.
Ronald Nye at large.
Sheila Snow, 1st District.
Randy Malcolm, 5th District. Okay, we have a quorum, and it looks like everyone is here today. Well, we'll start with the minutes. On your, again, the minutes were put on the agenda today on your dais this morning. So those are the new revised.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to do non-agenda public comment first.
Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry. Is there any public comment that has that for anyone that wants to speak that has nothing to do with on today's agenda?
We have not received any requests to speak. If you would like to speak on an item not on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the chat. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Okay, now we'll move to the minutes for May 13th, 2024. I again want to thank Commissioner Duncan for doing the revised minutes ahead of time. So what you're seeing is with his Commissioner Duncan's edits already in the revised minutes. Is it Montecito? Well, it's, where does it say Montecito? In the caption. Oh, yeah, that should be stricken, Montecito.
That was the way the original.
Has the milepost and everything.
Mhm.
And it's in the 3rd supervisorial district. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Malcolm. Any others? Any other commissioner comments on the minutes? Commissioner Duncan?
Lansing, I don't think your microphone was on. There you go.
Okay. Then I'll repeat myself and say, I'm going to move that the HLAC adopt the minutes of May 13th, 2024 as amended.
Okay, we
Still
have a
second.
move, second. Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? We have one extension. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to number 4, the staff update. The Planning Development HLAC staff will provide a brief oral announcement on report of items general interest to the commission and members of the public. Do we have any staff updates today?
None from staff. Thank you.
No staff updates? Okay. Okay, well, let's move on to item number 5. This is chair project discussion. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will discuss funding potential historic projects, supplemental letters, information received, and subcommittees that have been formed. I have very few little things to mention today under my chair thing. I just wanted to let you know that as requested at the last meeting, I was requested to write a thank you letter to the head of Caltrans District 5 for all the work they did for the Alamo Pintado pedestrian bridge. I wrote that letter and it was sent about a week or 2 weeks ago, and it was in the box file. So if you haven't seen it, it's in there. I also wanted to everyone know that we had a discussion last month about the Nancy Kelsey gravesite. I have been emailing the owner about potential nomination for the gravesite. So it's an ongoing back and forth right now with the owner of the Nancy Kelsey gravesite. And then the third thing, I just want to remind everybody, the end of June is the end of our fiscal year. So your mileage, your parking, make sure you get that to Jonathan before the end of the month. It should be for April through June if everyone has been kept up with your mileage. But if you're not, you can still submit things before April if you have not. But there's a form Jonathan has. Jonathan, make sure that everyone has that form. Maybe just resend it.
Absolutely.
That way everyone will have the form. And just remember, the mileage is not what you calculate on your odometer. Just Google the distance from your house to the meeting, and you can print that out or put that amount, and that's the mileage that they'd like to see when they do that. And that is my chair report for today.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I have a question. Mr.
yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
There were 2 projects under consideration for designation. One was the Cold Spring.
Well, the Cold Spring Bridge, we're later on in today's agenda, there is an item on that to help maybe with funding for a nomination, but we are, we were directed to work on a nomination, so a nomination is being worked on. And as far as the Kachuma Lake, I believe that's just a work in progress. Commissioner Nye is working on it. So nothing on that. But we did vote to move forward with the nomination with the Cold Spring Bridge, and that will be coming back at a later date once the nomination. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, so let's move on to 6, the HLAC budget. Everyone should have the current budget in your packet. This is more of an informational item, but if you have any questions, just to give you an update, the budget you see was through the end of last month, which was through the end of May 31st. We have expended 78% of our budget, and 92% of the time is elapsed. There's $4,700 remaining in the balance, but as you know, we budgeted $1,500 at the last meeting for plaques, so that will be, taken out of that. But we're in a pretty good shape than what we've been in the last few years. Any questions? Okay, let's move on to district reports. Item number 7. Do we have any reports, district reports?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Duncan.
this seems like the appropriate time to announce it. At the end of this year, my current HLAC term will lapse, and I won't be seeking reappointment.
Okay, thank you. Well, that is a big loss. But thank you for letting us know in advance. Yes.
there was a letter of long historic preservation.
That's on the agenda. Yeah, that's on the, coming up on agenda. It's item number 9. Yeah, so we'll be discussing that coming up. That's okay. Okay, seeing as there's no district reports, let's move on to the standard agenda. We'll start with standard agenda item number 8, consideration of bronze plaques for certain designated county historic landmarks. The County of Santa Barbara Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will review, discuss, and consider for approval a mock-up plaque from Paul Zimmerman Foundries for already approved 6 bronze plaques from HLAC's 2023-24 fiscal year budget. So just a little background. Last month's meeting, May 13th, we approved to spend $1,500 with a potential 10% to cover unexpected costs for 6 bronze plaques from 2023-2024 budget. We asked to come back with a mock-up of one of the 10x7 plaques, and there was also a request to see one with a seal. Now, the Foundry did do a mock-up with the seal, and they did not have the county seal. They have on file, because they work with the city of Santa Barbara, they had the city of Santa Barbara seal, and they sent us the mock-up. They also said, though, that they can only do a seal on an oval plaque. They cannot do a rectangular plaque. So the mock-up they sent was an oval plaque with the city seal. And unfortunately, it was put in your packet, and it was not supposed to, because we don't have permission to use the city of Santa Barbara seal. So please destroy your mock-up, because it is not supposed to be out there in the public. So what we're down to is the only way we can do a seal is with an oval plaque. So the subcommittee for the plaques, we went back and forth with the Foundry. The one that you see on your screen is the correct mock-up plaque that we had for a 10x7. The lettering for the name is twice as the size as what the Santa Barbara County Historic Landmarks number 30 is, to give it proportion. Jonathan also will have a couple of pictures of our current plaques. You could put those up so they can see what our current plaques look around the county. These are old, so you have to kind of blow it up a little bit. This is a reverse mount plaque, which is what we're going to do. As you can see, there's no screws or anything in the corners. So you can see what the mock-up is very similar to what our old plaques are that are out in the county right now. And then there's another picture of one with a front mount. So the idea is we're not doing front mounts anymore, just because there's a chance they could be stolen. You see it that way. There's people steal plaques. So the Ballard one is an older one, but you can see they're both very similar as the wording. So today we're just approving, if we approve the mock-up that was there, and I know we had a discussion about the seals. So the other thing about the seal we found out through county council is we are not authorized to use the county seal. We would have to go through, the higher ups to get approval to put a county seal on our plaques, which would take time. And so that's another issue with the seal. So let's, questions, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question about background. Personally, for the one that's the other one with the brown letters.
I think they're both a brown background. I think it's just that the one is a lot older than the other. Commissioner Duncan, can you, because
Mr. Chair, having worked as a sculptor, I have some idea of what they're doing here. So what they do is they patinate the entire plaque, but then they burnish, that means polish, off the letters, and so they're brighter. In a newer plaque, there's going to be more contrast, as you can see in this one that's on the screen right now. The older one, you start to see corrosion and a little bit of a patination of the letters themselves, and then there's less contrast. But the ones we'll be getting that'll be new will look more like this. They do have a choice of brown or black.
yeah, they do ask a background of black or brown, but all of ours have been brown. And
That's the closest to the natural patina that bronze would take. Unless you're right near the ocean, in which case it's going to turn a little blue-green.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
a question. This plaque that we're looking at on screen,
Mhm.
black or brown, whatever, it seems to be a texture in the background. And that texture looks to me either like leather or a patina, some staining. Which is it? And I would like the background. I think it's leather textured background that makes the plaque look older and more, or it's a parchment. Anyway, I'm in favor of that. Not the little screws.
I think that's all how they come. I mean, we can ask that for sure.
It'd be nice to make sure that,
Yeah.
rather than just plain.
Right. Okay. So what we need just to move to, or any more discussions, because we were talking about the seal. And if we,
I do have a question.
yes.
So the plaques, rectangular,
Mhm.
go on designated buildings, property. They go on buildings
They can be buildings. We have few on rocks.
or rocks or
Yeah.
whatever. So what is the seal the same as a plaque, or is it for different? Is it to commemorate a different type of landmark, or is it the same?
Well, the seal was just a request from one of the commissioners at last month's meeting that they wanted to see what it would look like. And we thought at the time, we thought that you could put it on the plaques that we have now, but the way the lettering is, it doesn't work out visually. You know, it has to be they only do seals on oval.
Right. This is a comment. I
Yes.
like the seal. It has a certain authority. But I like this because it's plain and simple,
Mhm.
and because it accommodates two lines with clarity. And I would prefer that this become our standard.
I think that's, once we get this lettering in their system, whenever we order plaques, it will be based on, so there'll be continuity going forward. And those 6 plaques that we ordered will all be based on this. If we decide on this mock-up, it will be based on.
Could we have the mock-up of the Hartley House instead of the Ballard on there? Because that's the one we're looking at.
Yeah, sure. You want to go back to the
Screen.
mock-up? I mean, this is not the first one they sent us. Our subcommittee went through 2 or 3. We made sure that the asterisk between the numbers and the asterisk of the landmark were together. The first one, they had a space between the 2. And then the first one also had the lettering for Santa Barbara County was a little bit smaller than the main lettering of the nomination, but it was hard to distinguish that they were different sizes. So as you can see, it's pretty obvious that the Santa Barbara County landmark is half the size of the nominated property.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
that we accept the mock-up that has been provided us, that has the Hartley House info, and that we approve the ordering of 6 bronze plaques for in this year's budget.
You have a second for that?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair, and just add one thing. This is also consistent with what our wooden signs look like too. We're providing just the same information.
Okay. Open for discussion, Commissioner Lupass?
So just to make sure, 6 plaques, that's fine. If they run 6 plaques and we find something wrong with that 6 plaques, would it be prudent to have them make one mock-up, partly like the other, which has the texture and has the color, and make one and make sure it's right, and then go ahead. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, we would lose our funding because we have June 30th.
We lose our funding
Yeah.
after this month.
We'll spend the money that we.
So spend the money, order the 6,
Right.
but ask the foundry to make one first. I'm just.
Yeah, no, we will,
Suggesting that as a precaution.
because we have to send in, they're going to send us mock-ups for each plaque, like you see in
Oh,
front
I
of you
see.
today, to make sure the spelling is correct, to make sure they don't just print it with the wrong spelling. So they're going to do a mock-up for each one, send it to the subcommittee. The subcommittee will approve it and send it back and have it. As you can see on the top of your of the mock-up, it has a job number. This job number is for the 6th plaque. And so each plaque will have that same job number.
Mock-up, speak up, is a
Right, to make sure we have it spelled correct.
just asking about the thing.
Yes, Commissioner Malcolm.
All right, I was hoping for something a little more attractive, a little bit more ornate, but this does the job, so it's fine.
So we have a motion on the table. We have a second, I believe. Commissioner Duncan seconded. All in favor to say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, item number 9. This is consideration of professional services from Amber Long. The County of Santa Barbara Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will review, discuss, and consider approval of a proposal from Amber Long, Principal Architectural Historian of Long Historic Preservation Services, LHPS, to prepare landmark applications and resolutions as requested by HLAC and consider engaging LHPS to prepare the nomination for designation of historic landmark for Cold Spring Bridge from HLAC's fiscal year 2024-2025 professional services budget line item. So I'll go over briefly and then I'll let Ron and I jump in. So as you know, we are doing some of our own nominations moving forward, and like the Cold Springs Bridge. And it is very time consuming for people to write these nominations. And we do have a budget that we can use for different things. And so the idea is if there is a nomination that we are proposing that we could possibly use Amber Long on a as-need basis to write the nomination for us to speed the process. So we don't wait 5 or 6 months to go through, you know, me trying to write them, which I'm not a historian and it takes me very long to write the nomination. So, so the subcommittee, let's see here, everything here. So the idea is we asked, and Commissioner Nye contacted Amber Long, and she was willing to do a proposal for us, which is before you. And like I say, the proposal covers many things. And today we're looking at, we don't have to use everything that she proposes, but in case in the future we want to use her services, we have a blueprint of what her charges are. And today we're looking at doing the HLAC application package only, not the resolution, just that for the Cold Springs Bridge. And I think I should turn this over to Commissioner Nye, and you can kind of go over it for me because he's the one that worked with Amber on this.
Thank you. I believe Amber is listening to our meeting on Zoom, so she's available to answer questions. I've gotten to know her recently and appreciate her expertise and her experience and her desire to further the cause of preservation as a professional historian. And so we asked her for a proposal, and this is the what she has brought forward. I think it's a reasonable budget, $1,000 to prepare the landmark nomination form. And if you all will recall, one of our biggest problems is finding people to write these applications because they're difficult and they're detailed, and it's very helpful if somebody is a professional architectural historian or has otherwise worked in this field. And Amber has made herself available, and I think we should take advantage of it. It's rare that a local historian has the time to do this kind of work on top of a full workload. And she has expressed a desire to do these as needed. She's also, it's noted in her proposal that she is already a vendor with the county of Santa Barbara. She has been reviewing historian reports on behalf of the planning department. So she, and her background includes having been a staff planner with the county in the northern office. So that's what I have to say. I would hardly endorse this as this recommend this proposal as a very smart move on our part. I would invite Amber to chime in, please, if you would like to.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. As Commissioner Nye has expressed, I'm looking forward to hopefully working with you on this and making this a more speedy process. One thing I'd like to note is that the proposed fees are good for your 24-25 fiscal year. So this can very well be a blueprint. And then it also allows for things out of scope, perhaps, that pop up unexpected. It allows for that as well. And I'll be interested in your questions. I could expound a lot, but maybe we should focus on your questions, and I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Long. Okay, so let's start with questions. Normally we'll do questions for, it'd be, I guess, maybe for Ron or Amber right now. And then after that, we'll do public comment. So anyone have questions about this?
Mr. Chair? Yes, a clarification. At one point here, you speak of a cost estimate and schedule. And then on the other side of the page, when you actually list this amount, it's listed as a fee. So, and then it says all fees are based on time and materials. And then it says any overages beyond the fees in the table will require prior approval from the HLAC and be charged at the hourly rate. So what I'm unsure of, does that mean is you're going to charge a $1,000 flat fee for putting together an HLAC nomination? And then it's only after that that you'll have specific time and materials that may or may not be added to the bill based upon approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the fee is based on time and materials. The way I've set it up is that's a not to exceed fee, but will still be billed to you on time and materials. And then if something unique comes up that requires an additional need, that will still be at the same hourly rate as the particular fee for the particular item. This was intended to, provide solid decision-making ideas. So that's the way it's set up. It is a time and materials fee. It is a not to exceed fee as well. And then if there are other items that come up as needed, an hour here, an hour there, it is still the same hourly rate as you see under additional needs. So everything is being done at that rate.
Oh, so that if in fact you're able to complete a nomination, it's relatively simple and all the information is provided you and it takes less time and materials, we might end up paying less than 1,000?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitcomb. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Go ahead.
That's- So, my question, it says in-person meeting. And Ms. Long, do you anticipate that in-person meeting would be required in case of every plat? Or is it, what would be the reasons for an in-person meeting outside a virtual meeting for the standard application package or resolution? Need to visit the site for some reason, or there need to be a in-person meeting with the commissioner?
My apologies, I only caught a portion of that. I believe you're asking about the in-person meeting and whether that would be required for each resolution package. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. No, that is not necessary. So under the HLAC application package, we've already assumed 1 hour of virtual meeting time. So this would be in the course of a year, if there's a specific and compelling reason to come and be there in person, that is what the additional fee would be. But again, this would be based on what does the commission need? What does it require? So that's why it is a separate line item. Otherwise, the time for virtual meetings such as this for the monthly meeting is already in the HLAC application package section.
Questions? So, Amber, we had a question about wanting to add something into the proposal. Do you want to revisit that again, Commissioner Saloga? What would you like to see in the proposal?
Well, it's a simple clarification.
My apologies, I cannot hear.
Just make sure we're
Under the cost estimate and schedule of your letter, if it could somehow state that the fee is a not to exceed fee.
Yes, I can absolutely add that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let's move on to public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item?
I have not received any speaker slips for this item. If anybody wants to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the chat. Seeing none, no public comment.
Let's move on to Commissioner comment.
And if we could just remember to speak into the microphones.
Yes, I know it's hard with your straddling the microphone, so please move over and lean in when you speak.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, we have Commissioner Malcolm. We'll start with public comments. I mean, commissioner comments.
Okay, just trying to think of where to start. I can agree that I guess it's a fair price on the professional side of it. However, for I guess the taxpayer side, and for what our budget is, I cannot support this right now. It's a luxury that we just should not be affording. $1,725 from beginning to end of it, plus maybe $125 an hour if our meetings go over, we don't get to them in time, et cetera. Also, the commission over the years has gotten, for lack of a better term, spoiled. Landmark applications do not have to be so detailed, although we would like them to be. It's nice to have a lot of the history. However, the amount of detail that we're used to now in recent years has far exceeded what needs to be done for a landmark application. And I think that's what we're trying to go for. And it's nice to have, but to pay for something like this when actually the commissioners traditionally have been writing them either by themselves or with the owners of the landmarks. I can't get it out of my head. That's the way it should be done usually. And to hire somebody for the money that we don't really have in the budget normally to afford is a little bit of a luxurious thing that we should not be considering.
Thank you, Commissioner Malcolm. Who would like to, Commissioner Nye?
Well, thank you. I could not disagree more with Commissioner Malcolm. One of the biggest issues is the budget is there for us every year. And I don't know that in all the years I've been on this commission that we've ever spent the entire budget for professional services. We may have done that with the recent archivist work, but as a rule, it doesn't get spent and it's just given to us again. And shouldn't say that so loudly because I'm not complaining, but if anything, I would think that taxpayers would approve that we are actually using this money and we're using it for a public good. So that's my thought.
Commissioner Witash?
Yeah,
Comments?
I say I have to agree with Commissioner Nye on this. I think that we do have the money. It is money well spent. I do think that we ask commissioners to go to the trouble to write these proposals, these applications and resolutions is a burden on them that is takes away from their time to serve in standard capacity, is extra services. And I look at the future and I think we're going to be doing this a lot and a lot more than we have. If we want to become proactive as a commission on preserving our cultural and historical resources. And so I therefore think that anybody we can strip into this effort to write applications, do it professionally. I can see that the detail is not only a good idea, but now necessary to justify these designations. And I think it would be better to be done in the hands of a professional, not to take away from anything that the commissioners have done in the past. It goes without saying that Lansing's work, on Nye's work, and other commissioners was done laudably, and so it's great to have them maybe oversee this rather than have to spend all the time researching and writing. I support this. I think as long as is a good professional, a good candidate for this project, I submit that we move forward with approving her.
Thank you, Commissioner Witash. Yeah, Commissioner Sully?
As I look at the breakdown of the fee proposal, I think there is a large opportunity, I think, to keep the fees under control with the in-person meeting. If things are as simple as I'm beginning to understand, if we don't have to have an in-person meeting for $475, that's a significant reduction in the estimated fee amount.
Commissioner Nye?
Just quickly, the amount for the in-person meeting is because Ms. Long lives in Santa Maria, so it's a long drive here, and I don't think any of us envision the need for a personal meeting, but it's there if she's willing to do that if necessary.
And Mayor?
Okay, Commissioner Snow, comment?
And if you look at it under additional needs, it always says with prior HLAC approval. So that's one thing to keep a handle on it. And the other thing is, remember when we had the Moody Sisters building that we wanted to move, all these people were submitting these handwritten reports to us, and they couldn't be expedited efficiently because they had things missing. And you all know what happened to that Moody Sisters house. It has been demolished. So I think that having somebody who will do it in a timely manner rather than relying on us. And I'm a retired attorney and my fees were way higher than that. And if you know, I mean, this is very reasonable in light of everything. And I think, as you said at the beginning, Dr. Nye, that we're really looking at the 1,000 and maybe less, the whole thing. When you actually get down to writing the resolution, unless we want to draft it ourselves and we are able, and we're not going to fall apart on the, without having the information that somebody who has familiarity with the planning department, I think this is a very wise decision. And it's not like we're going to be doing a lot of them. It's just that right now we are looking at, the Cold Springs Bridge. We have things that we would like to put on our, list of historical landmarks. That's our job, is to find historic landmarks and to protect them. That's my opinion.
Just a clarification, the proposal today is just for the application package. We're not including the resolution, so
Or any,
it's basically the up to 1,000, what we're looking
yeah,
at.
Cold Spring.
The fee proposal includes $250. That is not, I think that's stated in that.
Mhm.
Table. So 1,000 for the application, 250 for resolution. But person meeting is an extra service, not included. We have yea or nay say.
That's
And
right.
the last item is an hourly rate. Additional services are
Okay, our agenda item wording is HLAC and consider engaging LHPS to prepare the nomination for designation of historic landmark. It does not include the resolution.
that would be, that's what it states. Her proposal includes a allocation of $250 for resolution if and when her.
Right.
So when we approve her contract, we're approving that.
It's an option. I thought today we were just looking at having her do the nomination, and if some reason we feel like we cannot do the resolution ourselves, then we can contract her to do the resolution.
So you might be able to do it.
Yeah, because I guess that we're approving both today, but I'm thinking we're just going to do the nomination, and then if we have a problem, we've already approved the option. So,
to be clear, this is her contract. She's going to amend the contract to include something not to exceed, but the contract proposal includes the resolution.
Right.
And we're moving ahead.
yes. Then we, as an as-need basis, if another
That's fine.
combination you want to do, you'll come back to see if we want to spend the money and have her. Commissioner Saluga.
Yes, as an architect, I've dealt a lot with consultant services. And rather than trying to deal with this on a piecemeal issue, one step at a time, I think we ought to approve the total package here. And then whoever is working with her on this can monitor the services that are on an hourly basis that might be contingent.
Second. Thanks, Mark.
We're still on commissioner comment. So any other commissioners want to speak up on this?
Sorry, just really quick. Howard, would you mind moving the mic a little bit closer to where you are? People online are having a little bit trouble hearing you. If the mic can come a little bit closer.
Okay, Commissioner Knight, go ahead.
Yeah, I just like the idea of establishing the relationship with a local historian. Seems like we're looking at designating more landmarks in the future on our own. And I think this is a resource that could be very helpful moving forward.
Go ahead, Commissioner Duncan.
Mr. Chair, yes, having completed a rather elaborate nomination myself and worked on a lot of resolutions, I know that there can be a fair amount of time and research involved. I think this is reasonable, and she's not lowballing us in that she's realizing that some of these may take more, but I like the fact that in actuality, it's based on time and materials. And so that if something is simpler, we'll pay less for it. But I think we need to be able to avail ourselves of this service. Obviously, that's why the professional services line was built into our budget. I think in some cases we'll spend less, but it's definitely going to help us fulfill our mission.
I guess I'll, okay, Commissioner Sell.
It would behoove us then to move forth in a timely manner. Your time, which would translate into money, so it would really put the onus on us to deal in a timely manner and get it through and not waste your time.
Okay. Okay, as chair, I guess I'll do my the final comments. I agree with the majority here that we should move forward with this. As stated, we are going to be having maybe some more nominations being brought forward by us as a commission versus outside bringing nominations. And this will be a way that we can speed these through and not burden all the commissioners with all the extra time. It does take a lot of time to draft these. So I approve, I definitely approve with this proposal. And like I say, if we want to add other things as we're going, today we're approving the contract and also having contract her to work on the Cold Springs nomination. I guess we need someone to move forward to accept this, and as with the amendments that we added into the contract, who would like to?
So move.
Well, Commissioner Duncan, do you want to read the?
I could take a stab at it.
Okay.
If you like.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the proposal letter dated May 22nd, 2024. From Amber Long with the addition or clarification that the fees proposed are a not to exceed amount.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, I think we also need to add the.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to second that for purposes of discussion, so that if you could add to your motion that we would also instruct her to move ahead with the nomination for the Cold Springs Canyon Bridge.
I'm happy to do that. I thought the proposal was specific for that, but we can add that to the motion.
As I understand it, this proposal allows us to continue work after that project would occur and gives us a framework, but that now specifically we'd like her to start on the bridge. And that's why I suggested the amendment to your motion.
Understood, and I accept your amendment.
Okay, so we have a move, we have a second. Further discussion before the vote? Commissioner Malcolm.
I'm getting the purpose of this is because it's a long drawn out thing. It could take months to write up. However, again, these packets do not need to be as elaborate as we're used to. If we're trying to save a building, a place, or something from demolition, it is quite appropriate to drop something really quick, a quick synopsis of the history, of the background of something, get it approved, and Ann will correct me if I'm wrong, but after approval, we can amend it in the future if to be something more elaborate. But if expediency is the thing here, then I still believe it's a luxury to afford professional services like this, where we can do something quick and brief in order to save a property and become a historic landmark. And then amend it later. So that's my point.
We're now into, we have the nomination on the table, so it's up the nomination.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Malcolm raises a good point, and this contract with Amber Long does not preclude us moving forward without her if there's an emergency required. If there's an application that needs to be, as you say, written quickly by one of us, that we can do that. Because it's up to us as to how we want to proceed. So that option is still available if necessary.
Chair, we're in discussion on a motion with a second, right?
Yes.
So going back to the conversation about the contract itself and understanding that it's about Old Springs Bridge in this case. But is it not also true that in the future, it may be that the owner of a historic property may say, I would like to do some work on my property, and it's not designated, but I'm not opposed to it being designated, that our commission could say, well, we'll help you with this. And we have a historian who writes applications and resolutions and so forth, and we can help you with this, and we'll take care of the cost of that. On the other hand, you may have an applicant for a property, it's a historic property, that says, I don't want my property designated. And we say, we don't think so. We think we need to designate your property, in which case we would have the resources and the person to write up that resolution and application anyway. So we would be covered in both cases of a property owner who wants to or does not want to. I like that. I would like to have that ability, our commission to have that ability to move forward with designations if we deem them essential. That's all. That's just discussion. Doesn't change the.
We have a nomination, we have a
Mr. Chair, call for
motion
the
on
question.
floor. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the question here. We have to call the question. So all in favor, well, let's do a roll call on this. So I'll start to my left. Commissioner Duncan on the motion.
Sorry,
Would you like the
do you-
motion be read again?
do we have a second for this motion?
Second.
That's
Anthony seconded. Okay, perfect.
with, and
Aye.
then we had the addendum to it, yes. Okay, so Commissioner Duncan.
Aye.
Commissioner Knight.
Aye.
Mr. Wittosh.
Aye.
Mr. Steinwachs. Commissioner Nye.
Aye.
Commissioner Snow.
Aye.
Commissioner Saloga.
Aye.
Commissioner Malcolm.
Nope.
And Commissioner Kaufman Gray, aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may I ask that, can the PA system be adjusted at all? It's very hard to understand some of the people who are, and there's a lot of echo. Or can you adjust the the bass and the treble at all?
It was great when she spoke online. We could hear her very well.
I think a lot of it is, I know some of us are straddling the mics. So when you do speak, just lean way in because from a distance, it doesn't pick up.
Let me just hear. When we speak this close, it goes like that. When we're here, that sounds much better. So maybe we stay around here.
Okay.
Does that help?
Okay, we need to move on. We have a huge agenda. And so we're going to move on to standard agenda item number 10. The standard agenda item number 10 is proposed designation of All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church as a historic landmark. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, HLAC, will consider adoption of a resolution designating All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church as a County of Santa Barbara historic landmark. HLAC will also consider determining that such action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15308 of the CEQA guidelines as an action taken by regulatory agency as authorized by local ordinance to assure the maintenance, restoration, enhancement, or protection of the environment where the regulatory process involves procedures for protection of the environment. The property is a 0.81 acre parcel zone 15-R-1 and shown as assessor's parcel number 009-332-009, located at 83 Eucalyptus Lane in the Montecito Community Plan area. This is in the 1st Supervisorial District. So first, we'll start with any commissioners. Do you have any ex parte for this agenda item?
Mr. Chair?
Saluga?
Yes, I'm excited about this. I visited the project. I could not go inside, but I noticed the stained glass windows that are on the church, and I think it's an absolute jewel. And as long as the people that own the property are not objecting to it being declared a landmark, I suggest that we just do it.
Okay. Any ex partes? Other ex parte?
Mr. Chair, I had reason to visit the church recently and partake in a service, and it's both a historic and spiritual location that's important to our community.
Okay. And Commissioner Nye.
Yes, I have consulted with the historian Amber Long on this property, and she indeed was the historian retained by the church to write the nomination. And I also wrote the draft nomination on behalf of the Landmarks Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I'll just do a quick background before we move on with any questions. The nomination that's before you was submitted by Amber Long, who's a principal architectural historian for Long Historic Preservation Services. That was done on April 22nd, 2024. The chair did a required 30-day peer review, and it was completed in May 20th, 2024. And the resolution, as Commissioner Nye just mentioned, was drafted by Commissioner Nye, and this will be discussed with the nomination. So we actually have two things in front of you today. We have the nomination that was, like I said, by Amber Long, and then we also did a proposed resolution. Sometimes in the past, we've done two separate meetings. We've done the nomination, and then we'd come back and do the resolution. And so this, we have before you both together. So if there is a possibility that if we approve this, it could move on right away to the Board of Supervisors instead of having to come back. But that's a big if, because we have a lot of things to discuss today. So anyway, I just wanted everyone to kind of know why there's two things here instead of just the nomination. Is there any clarifying questions for the commissioners on this? Yes, Commissioner Witosh?
So I'm aware that the church was structurally retrofitted to bring it up to seismic codes. And was a great deal of removal and replacement of material, but I would say that in kind, so that it basically retained the same physical and architectural character of the original. There were some steel beams inserted into the chapel and some changes, but I would like to know, in the opinion of Amber Long, whether these upgrades would had any. Actually, on Post Hazeltine did the report, whether those structural upgrades impacted historic resources, and whether the chapel is, for any reason, the chapel and the other buildings on the premises are okay to move forward with a nomination.
Well, I think let's have the presentation first. And I believe it's probably Amber Long that's doing the presentation since she wrote the nomination. So let's do the nomination and then we can ask those questions to her. And then if it has to do with the original historic report, then we can also see if she can answer that, or if Post Hazeltine. So Amber Long, are you doing the presentation? Oh, okay. Okay. I see Post Hazeltine's in the audience, so we'll have that in case you have questions. So Amber Long, would you like to do a presentation of your nomination?
Yes, thank you. I do want to make one comment before we move forward. We realized that the APN number for the parcel, including the church, actually ends in 011 and not 009. So that will need to be updated in the packet in the resolution. And when we look at the Post Hazeltine report, that as well. See. I'm just pulling up my documentation. One moment, please. So, All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church was built in 1900, and it was the first permanent place of worship in Montecito for the Episcopal Church. And in Post Hazeltine, in 2015, they evaluated the church and they found it eligible for its architecture, which is a combination of craftsmen with Gothic revival elements, and for its architect, Arthur Benton. And Arthur was a well-known architect, and he had a particular ecclesiastical style where he combined these two elements. The church has done upgrades. They are very concerned about, seismic upgrades because of their stone tower. So I'm happy to report that in 2016, Post Hazeltine also did a design review of the proposed upgrades to ensure that they were consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So all work that has been done is consistent with the standards. Let's see. In terms of other property or buildings on the property, we have narrowed the nomination down to just the church building at this time. But through the early 1900s, there were additional buildings. The vicarage was built in 1902. Let's see. My apologies, give me one moment. So the seismic refit did do some interior alterations, but as the commissioner mentioned, they were primarily steel frames, and some ADA accessible upgrades as well. All of those were reviewed by Post Hazeltine, and we've confirmed with the church that the project was completed as proposed and reviewed by Post Hazeltine. Okay, here I am. So the bell tower itself, the bell was actually put in 1901. The vicarage was built in 1902. The majority of the stained glass windows came in by 1910. So we have a combination of stained glass windows and leaded glass windows as well. There was an earthquake in 1925, but the church was actually rebuilt at that time. In 1929, we had some interior remodelings. And then the trusses were put in, excuse me, in 1930. So the building has a period of significance from 1900 when the first part was built to 1930 when these other additions and interior changes and repairs to the church from the earthquake were completed. And so that is how the evaluation, how it's based. We do find that the building is eligible as a significant as a landmark for under 3 of the different landmark criteria. Because it was designed by an important architect, and that's Benton. It's associated with a particular architectural style, which is the craftsman with Gothic revival elements, and it does embody outstanding design, detail, and craftsmanship. And I'm happy to go into further details if the commission would like.
Thank you very much, Amber Long. Okay, you have any questions, Ms. Long?
Mr. Chair? Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the criteria that you're citing, and I know these are criteria that were cited by Post Hazeltine in their report, but I'm afraid what you're citing are the significance criteria, where we determine if something has significance and integrity. And I see, I can tell that because you're listing them by number. And the criteria we actually really need to look at are those that are listed within Chapter 18A. Now, fortunately, there's some overlap there, and we have specific things that are pretty equivalent to what you're citing. And I suspect that when we look at the 9 different letters, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, H, I, excuse me, H, I, we'll find there's some equivalency with what are numbers C for us and D for us. And there may be additional ones, but I suggest you look at those so you can see how that might address the specific criteria that we need.
Commissioner
Mr. Chair, if Mr. Duncan is finished, I've got egg all over my face because I peer reviewed this and I was reading for content and not for that detail. Ms. Long, I believed, used the state criteria in the application. And as you rightfully point out, we expect that we're required to use the county criteria, which you enumerated, but there is overlap. So this is not a deal breaker, I think, for the commission. The property does meet at least 3 of the county's criteria, and it's only required technically to meet 1. So I think we're in the clear on this.
I have a question for County Council. Is it possible to amend the nomination today and still move it forward as amended with the changes, back to Chapter 18A requirements?
Yes.
Okay, Thank you.
And we have Amber Long's hand up in the chat.
Okay. Amber Long, do you want to speak on this?
Yes, thank you. So I have pulled up 18A, and I can propose the equivalent sections of that ordinance if you like.
Great, thank you. I think that's what we'd like. We don't want to, if the commission wants to move forward, we could still move this forward to the next level, which would be the supervisors with amendments before the Board of Supervisors meeting. Those changes could be made into the nomination will be brought to the super. So we're still on questions here for Amber Long. Okay, Commissioner Witosh.
So my understanding is the application, the nomination includes the church built in 1900 and the vicarage in 1902, or not the vicarage?
I believe, Amber can correct me, but I believe this is only the church that we're looking at today.
It is only the church, but I believe the original vicarage was actually incorporated into the church at a later date. So it was connected in that period of significance. So today's vicarage is not the vicarage that we're discussing here. We do have representatives from the church, I think, in the room with you and online, if I have said that incorrectly, but that is my understanding.
Bottom line, vicarage is not or is a part of the nomination.
So the vicarage I mentioned is now part of the church. So the 1902 vicarage is now the church. So that was an explanation of as the church expanded through that period of significance, it absorbed that vicarage. So today's modern vicarage is not part of it. It is just the church building that you see, which is now, of course, has encompassed other things over time. But what you see today as the church building is what we're discussing.
Thank you.
And we do have a representative from the church as well here, if you have any questions for her.
Oh, anyone have any questions for representatives? We will get to public comment shortly too. We go ahead and move on to public comment. This item. Okay, we'll move on to public comment. I want to make sure I get my speaker slips in order here. Some of these don't have agenda items, but I think I only one here, but there's probably people online. I have Katie Graham. Have a request to speak. Want to move on forward to the podium? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kaufman Gray and honorable commissioners. I'm Katie Graham. I'm the Chancellor at All Saints. And I'm just here available for questions, but it sounds like Ms. Long was able to answer your question.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Any questions, Chancellor? Okay, no question, but thank you for making yourself available.
Thank you for considering.
Now, this is the only slip I have for item 10. Is there people online that are requesting to speak on this agenda item?
If anybody would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in the chat. Seeing none, we have no other public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so we've had questions from commissioners, not very many. So we'll move on to comments by commissioners. We're moving quickly on this item. Who would like to start on this?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Duncan.
we lost Mr. Hazeltine here.
I'm going to take a look if he's in the hallway.
I actually would like to follow up on Commissioner Witosh's pursuit of the issue of revisions, because this structure is notable for how many revisions it has occurred as the
Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I was out in the lobby. What was the question?
thanks. It's going to be for me.
Sure.
It's following up on the issue that Commissioner Witosh first speak to. And I know you've looked at this because of the historical report you've written. So when you look at the long series of revisions that this building has been subject to, many of them responding to a growing congregation and also an increased wealth of that congregation, and also to earthquakes and to the need to seismic retrofit, meet accessibility requirements. There's been lots of reasons for the changes that have occurred in this church. And some of them have occurred beyond the period of significance after 1930. So considering all that, you know, what can you tell us about this, the integrity of this structure, that we can say that it still has that historic value that we treasure so much?
Certainly, Commissioner Duncan. The building has undergone a long series of alterations, which I believe were delineated in our report and also I'm sure in Amber's nomination to. But what it does retain is most of the essential features that identify its architectural style and its historical associations. And that would be the tower. And the tower was dismantled, and that was one of the reports that we prepared. That was done according to the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation and restoration. So we were involved in that project. So the tower was documented through photometry. So they were able to dismantle it and inventory the stones. And then when it was rebuilt, the stones were put back in their original location with a steel armature inside. Other changes have basically increased the width of the church in some areas and reconfigured the interior. But what has survived is almost all of the stonework. The principal elevation is fairly intact with the baptistry on the center facing towards Eucalyptus Lane. And the overall form of the church and its particular type of gable roofs and the stained glass windows, which now are character defining, the shingle siding. So there have been many changes, but there's sufficient of the original materials to convey the historic design. Obviously, it's not, it's pretty common with churches often to have these types of modifications. And in this case, as has been noted, the church has expanded its membership over many decades, actually over almost 100 years now. It's 2024. So, but there's enough there to convey Arthur Benton's design as well as the architecture of the building and any relevant historical associations. Thank you.
Comments from commissioners?
Could we move up the photos a couple more? There's some closer.
Mark Barton here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
Hello.
This music.
Bill Evans.
That woke us up. So I'm not. Okay, we're Commissioner and I with we're in comments.
Oh, I was just asking Jonathan to scroll up to some of the closer views. Keep going. Yes, that to show some of the details of the facade. Thank you. Well, since I have the floor, this is an outstanding property, and having this proposal brought forward this application was quite a privilege for me. I've been in that church, but reading the reports and the applications opened my eyes and reminded me of the absolutely outstanding architectural and historical value of this building. And it has to be the top landmark eligible property, perhaps, or at least near the top in the entire county, and in Southern California, in fact. And the fact that it has been altered over the decades, it's always been done in a very tasteful and appropriate way. And I am thrilled that we are moving forward on landmarking this property. Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chair? Thank you. I have to concur with Commissioner Nye's evaluation. And I feel particularly close to this building in that I've been in it for weddings, funerals, and baptisms. So that I've felt the power of it from the exterior and the interior, and how it's definitely a symbol of community. And it's clearly, that's when it was first built as this first formal religious gathering place in Montecito. It was a manifestation of that need to have a gathering place. And it has served that ever since. And it's done so in a relatively flexible way, considering the fact that it's stone, so much of this. Of course, it also has its very dramatic wood interior, and those of us who admire carpentry can't help but be impressed by that. And it's also got a powerful organ. But it's been able to retain this public facade, essentially, despite all the growth. The growth has been to one side, to the other side, to the back, essentially. And the front elevation, which is that public elevation, hasn't changed for the most part all these years. Perhaps it's the handicap access that has affected that the most in terms of changes to the front elevation, but those have been minimal too. So it has remarkable integrity, and that's a wonderful aspect. I think when we look to the criteria we have to look to, we can easily say that A, it exemplifies or reflects special elements of the county's cultural, social, economic, political, archaeological, aesthetic, engineering, architectural, or natural history. So I think it meets criteria A. And it meets criteria C. It embodies distinctive characteristics of a style, type, period, or method of construction, or as a valuable example of the use of indigenous materials or craftsmanship. And it meets D because it is representative of the work of a notable builder, designer, or architect. And I think it definitely meets F. And that's one of the things that resonates for many of us. It has a location with a unique physical characteristics or as a view or vista representing an established and familiar visual feature of the neighborhood. It is a landmark in that generic sense of the word. So I think we can see that it meets A, C, D, and F. And if you mine some more, you could probably find some more of these criteria. But I feel comfortable with the strength of the building itself and knowing it meets those standards that we have to have when designating a landmark. I think there are a few minor corrections that we'll have to make sure we call out going forward so that the package is complete as it moves to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan. Other commissioner comments?
I don't have anything more to add. So I agree with everything that's been said. about the eligibility and about the quality of this landmark. I'm surprised that it hasn't been designated long ago. I've been in the church many times and I've only had one thought in the church. This is a landmark. I am standing in a landmark. So this is only fitting, and it's kind of like a prize. We finally got it. It's great. Support that.
Any other commissioner?
I'm
Commissioner
just
Snow?
curious, are we going to now move in on the nomination and
What?
then on to the resolution?
What, this is together, we would be doing someone would do a move to approve the nomination with the resolution as a historic landmark with amendments. And then we can vote on that today and move it on to the Board of Supervisors. Because amendments can be done before it gets to the supervisor, as long as we approve the wording today. That's, we can get to.
When do you think?
Yes. Okay. Well, we have a start. Commissioner Duncan did give the letters that we need to put in there.
While we're waiting, could I ask representatives from the church, when would the church might be open for just casual walkthrough?
I'm so glad you asked. After I sat down, I wished I had extended to you. We'd be happy to arrange a tour at any time. And also, the church is now open weekday mornings from Monday through Thursday to the public for meditation, prayer, visiting. So we've made that changes at the beginning of the year. So I'll leave my phone number. I'd be more than happy to arrange a visit for you all. We'd love to have you, and thank you for attending service.
Is it necessary to arrange a visit?
Not at all. It's open from 8:30 to 12, Monday through Thursday.
Monday through
Thursday.
Thursday. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any commissioner want to do a stab at doing a
Mr. Chair.
motion?
Yeah. Um, I would move, however,
Just
there's
one
gonna
thing I wanted to add before we do a motion, so you can add it in the motion, is this would be landmark number 55.
Mhm. First, Mr. Chair, I think we ought to have a little discussion of what is needed in terms of amendment. So I'd be glad to start on that. Looking at the nomination form submitted to us, on the first page, number 1, we're going to revise the APN. So it references 011. Then when you move to the continuation pages, there's a continuation page which speaks to section 12. Discuss why the nominated property meets one or more of the criteria established in County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18A, Section 18A-3. I think it can start out as it reads now, saying All Saints by the Sea and ending Arthur B. Benton, an architect of statewide significance. But at that point, I would remove these sentences that refer to criterion 2, 3, and 4, and instead reference criteria A, C, D, and F, and specifically quote them. Just quote those because it's clear enough to see how it can meet all of those standards. And then end it as you have ended this here. The church is also eligible for listing on the California Register of Historical Places. And don't say, oh yeah, you can keep these criteria because they're the right ones. Criterion 3 and criterion C, in this case, they're the national and the federal ones. Don't refer the reference to Post Hazeltine, because I'm afraid that's where you went astray. But if we stick to our references to A, C, D, and F, I think that part of the nomination will be accurate and sufficient for us. Since the issue came up, and I think it does need to be clarified, I would look to section 14, where you show us an aerial of the church and its neighborhood and its entire church property. Since there's a red line around the entire church property, but then you have an arrow to All Saints by the Sea Episcopal Church, I think you need to draw a stronger line that's just around the church so that we can really see that that's church. And that incorporates the old vicarage, but that is now part of the church so that it's very clear. Now you've attempted to do that on the next page, but I think if you stick that in the aerial, it'll be really clear for us. Yeah. And then I think the pictures look great as they are. When I looked at the resolution itself, I didn't see anything that we really had to change except for the assessor's parcel number. Maybe somebody else sees a reference that needs to be changed. One thing I wondered about on the second page that we still have willful negligence resulting in the loss of historic integrity underlined. I don't think that needs to be underlined at this point.
That was underlined only to indicate that we added that
Right.
For the draft
So,
resolution.
so sure enough, I don't think we need that. And I think we're safe in terms of the resolution. It's actually a very handsome resolution, I think, and very accurate. It does reference our chapter 18A and the criteria, and it's true. It just meets it. So I'm comfortable with most of the resolution just as it is, with just changing that APN reference.
So this, I guess, is a motion that we have on the floor with.
I would make a motion to incorporate those amendments if we're clear that those are all we need.
So I guess we should have a quick discussion on the amendments to the motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, County Council.
Can you hear me? Okay. So in the introductory paragraph, we have a reference to the map and legal description attached here to as Exhibit A. We don't, I don't think we are including maps going forward in these resolutions. We had difficulty recording the maps last time around when it was an APN map. So I would propose to strike that. And then legal description, I don't know if we have that yet.
I have not gotten the legal description from Real Property yet. I can follow up after this meeting.
So the legal description I saw was for the other agenda item we're going to see today. I saw something that you sent out.
I don't think I got legal description for either of these properties yet.
Okay.
So we could strike that reference. It's important to have the legal description when it goes to the Board of Supervisors. You don't have to have it for this resolution.
So just to be consistent with what we want to include right now, I thought the problem with the map before was that we had a specific old property tax map, and it had been copied so many times, it wasn't legible.
The APN maps in general are not going to work for recording, I would say.
So you want us to strike both the reference to the map and legal description?
I think we should.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to clarify. So are you saying that in section 1 on page 2, you would add a reference to criteria A, C, D, and F of section 18A3 of the county code? And then copy those in there?
I don't think we necessarily need to, but
Oh, okay. I just want,
where do you want it?
I thought you were proposing to add that on section 1 on page 2.
I think it was the nomination
Oh,
form.
that's in the nomination. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's fine not to have it in the resolution since it says it agrees with
That's fine. I just wanted to clarify.
it applies to 18A, 18A. I think it's fine the way it is. Commissioner Malcolm?
Just for clarification, it's not, the maps are still in the packet, but just not part of the resolution.
Right, the packet will
Okay.
be in the nomination.
Okay, so that's fine. Well, we can still record that part as part of the packet, the corrections, but not for the resolution. Okay,
Yeah, the nomination usually has pictures.
yeah, exactly. That's okay. I just wanted to clarify
And
that.
the resolution is just very, condensed.
And the Board of Supervisors will amend their resolution to match the information they have at that time. So, Mr. Chair, unless there's any other direction as to amendments that we feel we need? Okay.
Any more amendments?
I will work on making corrections on this resolution. The, well, to the extent that they're needed,
We need to do it now, so we're moving it forward to the Board of Supervisors.
well, I think we've covered everything. If we need to remove the underline under A, section A.
This,
That was mentioned, we're gonna remove
Okay,
the underline.
right, yeah, thanks.
so just the highlighted
It'll be
sections.
in there, but just remove the underline.
It's a little tiny thing. So back to this,
Is this the resolution?
this is the nomination form. Item 6, no. What is it? Yeah. Date of construction or age, item 6. So I was not clear on whether it's the church or the church and the vicarage. There's something about the map and the line, the bold line that outlines a structure which included the vicarage. Is that, which is it?
Commissioner
There
Whitash.
should be consistency here.
I
Said
think,
the vicarage is now part of the
sure.
church.
They said that,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
So that
So
means,
if you look at number 3, name of the property, that is what the nomination is, the church. The number 6 is doing the age of the construction. So one was 1900, one is 1902, and why I understand it, both of those are in one building now.
okay, then, that's fine.
Okay, does that clarify it?
Yeah, then it's good. Good to go.
Yeah, Commissioner Snow, did you? No, okay. So we have a amended motion on the floor. We don't have a second, I believe.
Mr. Chair, I actually don't have a formal motion yet.
Okay, you want to go back and do the formal motion?
I'd be glad to, but I'd also be glad to have Commissioner Nye do it if he wants to do it. No. Then I would be very happy to move that the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission accept the nomination to designate the All Saints by the Sea Church in Montecito and to designate it a historic landmark of Santa Barbara County and adopt the resolution with amendments to both the resolution as discussed and amendments to a revised nomination form that will be submitted to us.
Do you have a second?
I'll second with joy.
Commissioner Snow seconds with joy. Okay, so let's have discussion on the nomination. There's no discussion, we can move right to the vote. Okay, well, let's do a roll call vote, and I'll just do my left to right. We'll start with Commissioner Duncan,
Aye.
Commissioner Knight,
Aye.
Mr. Whitash,
Aye.
Commissioner Steinwalks,
Aye.
Commissioner Nye,
Aye.
Commissioner Snow,
Aye.
Mr. Saluga,
Aye.
And Commissioner Malcolm.
Aye.
And Commissioner Coffin Gray, aye. Okay, we'll do these adjustments, and it will be moved on to the County Board of Supervisors. Thank you
Uh,
all for coming today. We appreciate
Miss-
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could I mention to Ms. Long, who, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I understand you're leaving on vacation tomorrow morning. Would it, I just want to make sure that you can come back after 2 weeks, I think, and
Yes.
make these changes. Would that work with our process? I'm looking at our legal authority. Will 2 weeks make any difference? Oh, okay. She says that's fine. So you can put this off, Amber, till you get back.
I appreciate that. And if something changes, please let me know because I can do it remotely.
Oh, I just don't, I think 2 weeks is not a significant setback for us on this. So
We have
thank you.
90 days between
Yes.
today and when it can be scheduled in front of the Board of Supervisors. So there's a 90-day window. Okay.
Thank you, Amber, for all your work on this.
Thank you very much, commissioners and chairman.
Thank you. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next agenda item. It's 11:45, so let's make it 5 minutes to 12. to agenda item number 11. It's a proposed designation of 2929 East Valley Road as a historic landmark. County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission will consider adoption of a resolution designating the Chaffee residence with sandstone landscape features located at 2929 East Valley Road as a County of Santa Barbara historic landmark. HLAC will also consider determining that such action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15308 of the CEQA guidelines as an action taken by a regulatory agency as authorized by local ordinance to assure the maintenance, restoration, enhancement, or protection of the environment where the regulatory process involves procedures for protection of the environment. The property is a 9.94 acre parcel, zone 5-E-1, and shown as assessor's parcel number 005-040-025, located at 2929 East Valley Road in the Toro Canyon Community Plan area, and this is part of the first supervisorial district. So today we'll start with first any ex partes on this agenda item. None? Commissioner Knight?
I have been on that property. It's been many, many years in person. And I also drafted the resolution, excuse me, the nomination based on a report by Post Hazeltine.
And I have just one is on Saturday, June 8th, I had a quick call with Amy Steinfeld. She was the author of the letter that was in your packet. And I just talked to her about giving time to speak at today's meeting. And I guess before we go over the background, I'll start with since we're the ones that are bringing this, it's me I as chair is going to be kind of doing the presentation. You know, normally so I'll be doing that, and I'll do a background. What I was going to say is, okay, well, we'll just move on. So let me give you a little background of how we got to where we are today. On January 10th, 2024, I received an email from planner Veronica King to me about the application for an addition to an existing residence at 2929 East Valley Road, including a box folder with all the historic report. So I received this email. I looked at the folder, looked at the property, and I felt it had potential for being a historic landmark. I brought this forward to our subcommittee, which includes Commissioner Nye, Commissioner Duncan, and I, and we discussed about the historic nature of this property. And we brought it forward to our February 12th meeting as a discussion item to initiate to become a historic landmark. And during that meeting, we held discussion whether to initiate a historic landmark. HLAC directed me as chair during that meeting to work on an official nomination for this designation as 2929 East Valley Road as a historic landmark. I personally worked on the original draft nomination, and then I handed it over to Commissioner Nye for editing and winnowing it down. And so that was done. And then, as Commissioner Nye just mentioned, Commissioner Nye also wrote the proposed nomination that is before you today. I also want to let everyone know that we have received, and you have received them during this period since February, numerous letters from the owners that they are not interested in designation as a landmark at this time. And I, as chair, I sent a letter on April 12th to go over asking them to reconsider their objections. And I gave them some reasons why it might be important for them to implement a historic landmark designation in that letter. So that's just kind of a quick background of that. Any questions before we move to, I guess you'd say, my presentation of the nomination that we are bringing forward to you? No? Okay. So Jonathan, I'd like you to bring up the pictures on the nomination just for a background. Oh, and by the way, just for everyone knows how we're doing this, I'm going to do the what I'm doing right now, the nomination, and then we're going to allow the property owner to speak for up to 20 minutes afterwards, and then we can ask questions to her after that, and then we'll go to public comment. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's a great picture to have. I just wanted to have a picture of the property up on the screen. So today we're looking at a potential nomination for historic landmark, the Chaffee House, the garage, and the select hardscape. In 1918, Jerome and Grace Chaffee hired architect Carlton Winslow to build a large two-story stone residence that the Chaffees called Hacienda de Piedras. It's a residence of stone. In addition to the residence, an attached two-car garage with living accommodations above was built. Winslow designed the residence and the garage in the French Norman Revival style. The Chaffees lived on the estate until Jerome's death in 1936. By 1952, the property had been purchased by Paul and Dorothy Landell, who owned it until 1977, when it was sold to Don Lee and Marilyn Gevirtz. This property was sold to, after the Gevirtz owned it, the property was sold to G. Ronald Denner in 2017 from the Gevirtz Trust. There were very few changes to the property from 1918 when it was built until when the Gevirtz purchased it in 1977. Besides re-roofing the main residence, much of the additions of the tennis court, swimming pool, and guest house did not affect the main house. Unknown interior remodeling of the main house was done in 1991. There was permits drawn for interior remodeling in 1991. A little bit about the architect. The architect, Carlton Winslow, was a leading proponent of period revival movement in California. He set up an office in LA in 1917, and a few years later, he opened an office in Santa Barbara. Notable commissions in the Santa Barbara area is the William Bliss residence, which was 1916, the Chaffee residence, which we're looking at today, which was 1918, the Santa Barbara Clinic, 1421 State Street, was between 1920 and 1930. The Brinks Grocery Store at 1424 State Street, that was built in 1933. And then he did major additions to the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History between 1927 and 1934, and also worked on additions to the El Paseo in 1928 to 1929. The nomination before you includes the residence, the attached garage, sandstone features, including the terrace and outdoor barbecue off the west side of the residence. Jonathan, you want to scroll down so we can show okay, you see the residence and garage. This is the residence and this is all in your packet on the nomination. Scroll on down, just keep going so we can show the pictures of the house. These were all current pictures taken in 2023, which is amazing that this house is still in the shape it is. It was built in 1918. Going. More pictures of the house, different angles. That's the, I believe this ocean side, south side facing the ocean side. Okay, and then I think one more after this one, more pictures of the house. Okay, these are the stone, this is the entry gate posts of East Valley Road, which those entry gates are part of the original design of the property. And then this is what we're talking about as the terrace and outdoor barbecue off the west side of the residence. So this is original, which is on property. And I think is there one more picture? I think that's the last picture. Yeah, that's the last picture. Okay. So this nomination does not include the existing carport that's on the back side of the garage. the swimming pool and deck, which was constructed during the Gewurz's time of owning it. There's a guest house on the property, is not included in this nomination. And the landscaping and hardscape that is not mentioned above is also not included in this nomination. Also want to note that the historic report mentions that this property, the house and the attached garage and sandstone features is also eligible for a state, national, and county historic landmark. So it qualifies for all 3 levels of designation. And the resolution that's before you, when we made this resolution, we forgot to add the word attached garage. So if we decide to move forward, it will need to be added to every time it says Chaffee House, the attached garage will need to be added to that. And also, this resolution adds specific language that we put in, which we normally do not put in a resolution, but it's 2.E. And it says this property is privately owned and prior permission of the property owner is required to access this landmark. So we've added this in to just make it clear to anybody that you cannot just go in and see this if it becomes in a landmark. So a summary for this designation. And the residence, garage, and surviving elements of the early 20th century landscape hardscape on the nominated property at 2929 East Valley Road in Montecito, Santa Barbara, California, meets the County of Santa Barbara significance criteria. It meets criteria A, B, C, D, G, and H, which are all listed in the nomination, making them eligible for listing as a County of Santa Barbara landmark. The residence garage, in addition, meets criteria I. The 106-year-old landscape hardscape elements qualify as being historically significant. So this is the nomination that we have before us today. And so I guess before we move on, if we have any questions about this nomination, now is the time to ask questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So one thing that's a part of this is the surviving parts of the original designed landscape, the hardscape. So just so that it's clear what's in part of that, could we go through the pictures and clarify that again?
Sure. Jonathan, you go back. At the very, that's the one hardscape of the.
So this is where the barbecue area is.
Barbecue area. I believe there's the bar. If you scroll up, you can see the barbecue in the terrace there in the back.
And then there's obviously those sandstone entry gate.
And then the entry gate, the pillars.
Mm-hmm. And then back to photograph 6. Yes, okay. This area. Is this part of the original hardscape that we're including too, this terrace area?
I don't believe so. Commissioner Nye? I think it was just the west side. I think that.
I don't recall where that.
I don't believe that is. It's just the west side.
I'd have to check.
It's away from the house.
Okay, well, so obviously this might need some clarification if we're not sure about that. Now, while we've got this, I want to make sure I understand this is a complex house in some ways with its shape. What we can see is the hyphen there. It's an L-shaped hyphen that comes off the house and connects to the garage. So that's all included too, because all those are connected elements right now.
That's
residence, garage, and the hyphen, obviously, because it connects.
Yeah, they call it we have to say attached garage. It's attached. It's not separate.
And then one of the things that was interesting too in this, obviously, is there's a little bit of difference between these landscape features and the house itself in terms of which criteria they meet. And we've distinguished some of that, but there's also the criteria that has to do with notable persons. And Gewurz really fits into that. And one thing that Post Hazeltine had pointed out was that it's not quite 50 years since Gewurz lived there in 78. But in the future, that would become a criteria that it would meet. So that's another little refinement we might want to be sure is in the criteria analysis because there's so many that this property meets.
I agree. We need to specify that it will become eligible in 2028, I believe is under that one criteria. Commissioner Sluga?
Yes, I apologize for my ignorance on this, but can somebody clarify for me the property rights of an owner versus the historic preservation process? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep. Who would like to answer that?
I suggest council answer that for us.
So normally we do, I'm not sure if this is answering your question, but I'm giving it a try. Normally we do try to get consent from the owner in order to landmark their property, but it isn't required by the county code.
A quick follow-on question. If the property is designated as a historic landmark, does that make the process of approvals for any remodeling much more difficult?
I would say, I just want to point out that the nomination is for the exterior of the residence only. Any interior remodels for the historic landmark would not be affected. So if they want to remodel the kitchen, knock out a wall, make the rooms bigger, that doesn't affect the historic landmark. But if they want to change the windows, change the stone on the outside of the house, then it would have to come to us for approval for whatever they wanted to do. And so this nomination, if you notice, is very specific to just the house, the attached garage, and the very specific landscape features. It doesn't include a lot of the other stuff that's around the house.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes.
So, Commissioner, fellow Commissioner, there's another aspect, and that is that if a property is eligible for designation and it is eligible to use the State Historic Building Code, if it is not designated and the owner proceeds with renovations or alterations, those alterations have to conform to the strict standards of the current building code. This includes energy, this includes structure, this includes accessibility, this includes width and dimensions of restrooms, hallways, door widths, and so on and so forth. So it is not a burden on a historic property to be designated. It is a great liberation, a great opening up of being able to keep the material, the fabric of the building, and be exempt from strict compliance with current building code standards.
We're still on questions. No further questions? So let's move on. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Malcolm.
Regarding the current owners, how long have they owned the house for?
They're going to be speaking shortly. They can probably address that. I think it's not that long ago, and they are planning to do major, but we're not looking at any of the construction that's going on it, but it's fairly recent.
Okay.
I mean, I mentioned in my report, I had up to 2017 that it was owned by somebody else.
Okay. And does somebody think that the historic fabric of the house is in danger of irreversible alterations? Or is it just the potential of it? I mean, does somebody see plans of that happening? Or is it just thinking that, okay, there's permits pulled on this, it could be done? Or I'm just wondering why is this brought to us right now without the owner's consent?
Well, at the last meeting, we talked about that in some general.
What is the project? I think his question is.
Well, we're not discussing the project, so I don't want to go that direction. We're just talking about
Question is,
nomination.
why are we?
But, the idea is, preserving cultural resources in our community. And we're not looking at this particular project. We're looking at what this house and garage that's in front of you right now, protecting it for future generations. So-and-so will own a property for like 50, 60 years. If it's sold, not a historic landmark, we don't know what's going to happen to with the next property owner. This is a way of preserving a cultural resource that we decided last February that we felt it was important enough to make as a landmark. And that's why we're bringing it back today. It doesn't mean we have to today, but I mean, that's what we decided back in February, to move it forward as a historic landmark and to preserve it for future generations before some of our landmarks, potential landmarks no longer exist in the county. I hope I explained that. Okay, well, let's move on to the owners or representative of the owners to speak. And when you come up, please state your name and
Thank you, Chair Kaufman Gray. Steve Fort with Suzanne Elledge Planning, SEPT Land Use Consulting. We just had a name change to SEPT Land Use Consulting. With me today is Amy Steinfeld with Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck, and some of her support staff, and Tim Hazeltine is also here. Just real quick clarification, you brought up photo 6 of certain exterior improvements on the east side by the pool. Those are not a part of what is considered potentially historic here. I just wanted to clarify that the area where the pool is in that deck on the southeast side. So again, Steve Fort, I'm the agent for the owners, Young Sohn and Mark Armanante. We've had a great working relationship with Mark and Young, and we really enjoy working with them. I've been working with them on the property since about 2022, which is roughly when they bought the property, maybe a little bit prior to that. They have proposed an addition to the house. No demolition is proposed, just an addition, along with certain site improvements. And importantly, we took this project for a conceptual review to SBAR, South Board of Architecture Review, in August of 2023. So we took our plans, we took our historic assessment to SBAR in August of 23. It's very well received by SBAR, and there was no public comment submitted or expressed at that time in last August. So the addition, continues to be carefully and sensitively and beautifully designed by the project architect, who has experience working with historic structures even as old as 1808. So based on what we heard at SBAR in 2023 and the lack of public comment and comment submitted, the owners at great expense went ahead in conjunction with Post Hazeltine remaining on the team. And the owners moved ahead. Considerable consultant time and effort and resources and money has been spent subsequent to that positive feedback we received and the associated lack of public comment. So we've submitted a coastal development permit application with planning and development. We are anticipating will be deemed complete probably within about 30 days or so. So we're a good ways through our coastal development permit process, probably 3/4 of the way. of that through that discretionary process with planning and development. We do expect to return to SBAR for final approval sometime in the near future after being deemed complete. Again, we've worked hard diligently to get to this point. Our initial feedback letter from the county planning and development even asked whether the applicant was interested in a landmark designation. And we formally replied on behalf of the owner that there was no interest at this time. So it was a little surprising to hear from P&D staff, and only from P&D staff in about February, or perhaps slightly before February, that it was rumored that the actual HLAC may pursue a designation. And so I've submitted 4 letters on behalf of the owners that are in the Dropbox, and a few phone calls as well on behalf of the property owner asking HLC not to designate the property. And it continues to be a bit frustrating that we're here today, continuing to ask not to designate it against the wishes of the property owner. Just to wrap up a couple things, this is not say like the All Saints project you just looked at. This would not be considered a visual landmark. It's not accessible to the public. It isn't even visible to the public. Again, we are 2 years into the process, to the design process, and the process of putting plans together and processing the CDP. We've been respecting the assessment that was prepared by the property owners. We are subject to CEQA in design review. So CEQA does apply even now, that if Post Hazeltine or county staff felt that there was going to be a potentially significant impact from the CEQA perspective to the historic resource, that would get flagged, and we'd have to revise the project and resolve that prior to getting approved. So again, we're hoping to get deemed complete in the next month or so and get back to SBAR. And we're just very concerned about additional delays and discretionary review after all these resources we put into to getting where we are today. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Amy Steinfeld, and Amy's going to say a few words, and we're here for questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Honorable Chair and Commissioners, my name is Amy Steinfeld. I'm a local land use attorney, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of 2929 East Valley Road. Thank you for your presentation. We are on the same page with you in that we agree that this house is very special. This is the reason why my clients purchased this property and have worked so hard to preserve it. However, as Steve mentioned, we strongly disagree with designation at this time. It bears repeating that this is a very remote residence. Unlike the All Saints Church and Coral Casino, the owners are not looking for designation. And in those 2 other instances, obviously this property is very different in that this property is not open to members of the public. So as we've shared with HLAC numerous times, they're opposed, and we heard from County Council that it's pretty unusual to designate over the objections of owners. So we did do a deep dive into the past 10 years of designations. Our research analysts pulled all of the designations and files, and we did not uncover any instances in recent history that there had been a designation over the objections of a landowner. So this feels a little bit like a situation where no good deed goes unpunished. So let me explain. The current property owners, they were actually the first to evaluate this home's historic significance. Steve mentioned CEQA. I do a lot of CEQA. And CEQA requires a deep analysis into the impacts that may result to a historic resource from a proposed project. So as a result, they hired some of the best in the business. You know them. They've been mentioned many times today. Post Hazeltine Associates. They're also, I want to mention, on the list of the Santa Barbara County approved historians and have been involved in historic preservation in this county for decades. So in this analysis, they took a very close look and they used the Secretary of Interior standards to ensure that these projects that are being proposed would not result in a substantial adverse change to a historic or potentially historic resource. As you heard from Steve, the owners are good stewards of their property who have been doing everything right. They bought this house because they love historic homes. And they love it so much, they spent over $750,000 just on the planning phase. So what has this included? Hiring structural and geotechnical engineers, planners, architects, permit expediters, landscape designers, architectural historians, and consultants to ensure that the rehabilitation and the additions to the homes do not jeopardize the character. Now, because of this hearing, unfortunately, the owners have been required to engage my legal services. So we talked about, we're not here to talk about the project, but it is really important to talk about what's happened over the past several years, because this designation would adversely impact and upend this process. So this home has already been vacant for 2 years and will be vacant for several more years until these projects are completed. So we estimate if things go on track, as they've been doing, which is actually very fast for getting a project approved in this particular county, that we estimate the owners, it will be move-in ready by 2027. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but the County Planning and Development Department, who of course does an incredible job, is dealing with multiple large projects at this time, including the county housing element. And because of the really severe housing crisis in Santa Barbara County, they are understaffed, as is the building department, which means that it's taken even longer for projects to proceed through this review process. So in essence, this designation would delay the planning and construction period. And in addition, it would increase the time the home remains vacant. So as you can imagine, having a home vacant of this size and scale and beauty really presents some serious security concerns. In addition, any extra delay will mean extra expenses. So if any of you have done a remodel or heard of any of your friends doing a remodel, we're all suffering from inflation. Material prices just keep going up. So second, there is no imminent threat. I heard one of the commissioners ask about what's going on. The owners have complied with all county and state rules at every stage, and they're committed to protecting this property's historical value. As confirmed by Post Hazeltine, the current projects will not eliminate the historical eligibility of this property. There are no changes to the exterior of this particular property, and there's no change to the fabric of the house. So in addition, the reason why they proposed the addition in the place that it is they did not want to change the front facade of the house, which is, as you saw, so beautiful. So the additions are proposed to be off the back side to minimize impacts to the front of the house. And all the materials and the scale complement the main house. These plans are consistent with the County of Santa Barbara's historical and archaeological policies and the historical preservation policies that are set forth in the Toro Canyon Community Plan. So by way of example, I wanted to point out one of the projects that they're focusing on now. So there was work done to ensure that the slate tile roof, which are currently deteriorated, would be carefully matched in terms of material, dimension, finish, and thickness. Post Hazeltine did a report in March 2024 of this year to confirm that. So we believe that any future HLAC review would be duplicative of the extensive review that's been conducted by the owners to ensure consistency with both state and county historical policies. However, as you probably saw in the letter that the owner submitted to you last week, they may consider designation in the future. I want to go into a little bit more detail about why this designation will cause undue delays and expenses. As you heard, the project's been ongoing since 2022. That's the period of time in which they started engaging with various architects to understand and receive design guidance for their additions. Since then, they've worked diligently, and they're now, as you heard from Steve, in the very final stages of approvals. They'll likely be deemed complete by the county within weeks, if not a few months. So we were surprised to have HLAC comment at this late period because there was last summer in August, there was an SBAR hearing that was a conceptual hearing, and we did not see anyone from this commission show up to comment on the project. That was the time in which folks can comment to the Board of Architectural Review, and those findings and comments were taken into consideration. So even a 90-day delay as set forth in the draft resolution would be problematic. I noticed in the resolution, and this is, if you look at, it's on page 3, section 2B, it states that if this resolution were to pass and be adopted for at least a 90-day period until the board confirmed this, it says no alterations, repairs, additions, or changes shall be made unless and until an application has been submitted to the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission. So what we do in my law firm is a lot of time is we help landowners move their projects forward. So if there's any change made to a project, you essentially have to start over. So if there were any change that were required by HLAC to, for example, the addition, this project would have to be resubmitted to planning and development, and then it would go through every other department review. So environmental health and safety, and on and on. And so these type of changes can really upend, as I mentioned, this process. And then, we appreciate the addition about not allowing members of publics, to access the home. But despite that, anytime you have a new designation, you will attract members of the public who, want to see what's going on. And of course, our local independent newspaper loves to pick up on these things. So fourth, the potential incentives, and I do appreciate hearing a little bit more about the incentives for designation, but at this time, they don't apply or they're unwanted by the owners. So the historic tax code would not apply to these additions. I'm sorry, the historic building code would not apply to these additions. And then the owners would likely not qualify for the tax incentives due to income restrictions. Even if they qualify for tax incentives to receive the benefits, there's many more hoops that you have to jump through, and we've detailed those in our letter. So again, at this time, they're just simply looking forward to completing their home. So, just because HLAC can designate a property, and we understand this is a discretionary decision, which is why we're all here today, but does not mean that they must or even that they should. And so we don't believe that this is a good case. We're concerned that designation, again, would interfere with their plans to appropriately restore this private home in accordance with all the protections currently in place. If the current owners are not allowed to restore and add these additions to this home to make it livable, we're not sure what's going to become of it. So more importantly, we don't believe that this designation will bring additional protections to what already exists through CEQA and the numerous county requirements. So in short, we're here today to ask that you deny the designation at this time. And we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Steinwell. Okay, so this would be the time we can ask the owners, representative of the owners, any questions that you might have, commissioners? Commissioner Wojciech?
Who is the architect?
You have this information, Steve. We actually attached the architect's bio to the back of our letter.
His name is Richard Ashman Felix. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. Richard Felix Ashman, RFA. He has some experience with historic buildings in San Francisco, in the Hudson Valley. I've seen that he's worked on successfully.
Yes, and this is the bio
We do. I don't think we received the plans.
We're not looking at the plans. We're looking at a nomination for historic landmark. We're not looking at the plan.
See, well, with all due respect, the applicant is saying that their plans do not impact the existing building. And they want to move forward. They've invested time and energy, resources in getting the project to this point. And we want to designate the property. I mean, it's fair to say that. And if in fact the proposed project does not impact the historic resources, my thinking is we can say, okay, we would like to designate this property anyway. You can move forward with your project and get approval and build it. And the designation process should not delay your project, the applicant's project. That's my thinking. That's my question and my thinking.
Commissioner Sulik?
First question is, what function is the additions? What do they serve?
Yeah, so the additions will provide extra living space, and they were designed so they really wouldn't have to do much to the main structure. So you can talk a little bit about what is in the addition, but it's really a living area. And then I did want to point out, just to respond to one of the comments, I saw in the designation that you cited to the post-Hazeltine report. And in fact, there was two reports, two phase 1, 2 reports, and then also a letter report regarding the slate roof. But the June 10th, 2023 report that was used as the basis for designation sets forth all of the details of the plans and includes the finding that the proposed projects would not impact the existing home. So I believe that was available to your commission at some point.
A few follow-up questions, maybe you can answer them better. Is the exterior treatment of the additions, the stone that is on, the same stone that's on the existing building?
There is some similar stone being used, not the entire facade of the entire addition. There is a mix of some modern materials, some glass, but there are elements that Mr. Ashman has designed very successfully that use the stone or a similar stone to what's on the existing house.
What is the modern materials that you're?
There is some, off the top of my head, there is glass, probably some metal, the stone that I talked about that matches the existing building. And then just to go back to your other question, in terms of use of the addition, it's additional living space, a couple of bedrooms off the top of my head, some mechanical space, some sort of eating, lounging, entertainment type space and exercise type space, kind of providing another area, some more square footage to do things that perhaps wouldn't fit into the existing house appropriately. And there is a new replacement pool being proposed as well, off the south facade. You can't see any of this from that front facade where you pull into the driveway. It's all off the south side and the southeast corner of the house, kind of on the downhill side where you can't see it when you're from driving into that porte-cochere type area.
Mr. Chair, could I interject something?
Because I was going to say something too.
The planning department has not requested that HLAC review and comment on this project, period. That's never come before us. It's gone to SBAR, but the reason that we would like to move forward with landmarking is that the project is in process, and a very competent historical report or reports have been submitted. And the property is a spectacular property. And we decided that this commission decided that we could confidently move forward with the nomination because the excellent report had been done, and it's an excellent candidate for nomination. We have not been asked to comment on the project, which is, another topic altogether, but it's not even relevant to what we're doing here today as far as what's on the agenda. So just, I'm not here to slap anybody down or influence their comments, but the only thing in front of us is whether or not we want to go forward and nominate this property The project is on its own application course, and that's kind of where it stands.
So we're still on questions to the owners or the representative owners. Is there more commissioner questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Malcolm.
Okay. Well, I believe my question is relevant to the discussion here because for the project, I did try to ask this earlier of the presenter. However, I guess I need to ask of the owners' representatives specifically because we're and let me try and qualify for what I'm trying to say. You can comply with the county's rules, regulations in general, but then we're here to be specifically looking at the history, the historic material, historic fabric of the place, historic integrity of the property. So in that light, the question is this project impacting any of the historic material of the property that this landmark nomination is addressing? Or how will the landmark historic fabric of the property be impacted by what these alterations are? Will the alterations make it the impact irreversible, or if the alterations were to be taken away in the future, would the property be intact with the historic integrity of materials? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah. The report and reports that are done by Post Hazeltine do address, hey, does the addition impact the integrity of the house in general? And they've found that to be no. We would like to re-roof with similar historic looking slate tiles that Post Hazeltine would sign off on for sure. We aren't proposing any changes to the facade of the house. The pool and the addition are going to go in the area that I actually pointed out when I came up. That we're in kind of coming the non-historical exterior features that were at the pool deck and the pool. The addition is proposed in that area, so that's going to be impacted, a non-historical resource area. The barbecue and the patio, I think it's being referred to off to the west, those are being left alone. The stone gates out by the road are being left alone. We are proposing a new gate with new pilasters further into the property to meet the fire department requirements, to be able to have a truck sit there at the gate far enough off the road. That the current gate doesn't meet that setback requirement, but we are leaving those stone posts there, just to be very clear. We are proposing at the breezeway that goes from the main house to the existing garage, we are proposing to put windows in those archways, so it can be considered a conditioned space. And from planning and development and the county building code perspective, that allows those to be considered attached to each other. When it isn't a conditioned space, they're not attached, and planning and development starts to get antsy that, oh, that could be considered a detached, it could be easily converted to a detached residence or something detached in the future. So we do want to enclose that breezeway with glazing, windows that, we would run by Post Hazeltine and as well as SBAR. And speaking of SBAR, I did just want to go back to the previous comment that when we return to SBAR, there is the opportunity there for anyone from the public to make public comment on the project, whether it's deemed a landmark or not. Anyone can submit and come to the SBAR hearings and propose and make public comment.
Okay, if I follow up just a little bit more specific on for my question. Is there going to be any impact like for an addition, you might need to like knock out part of a wall or move a window or alter a door space a little bit? Is any of that type of thing proposed that would irreversibly impact historic?
We are going to connect on the far end of the breezeway where the breezeway and the attached garage meet each other. I mean, if it came down to it and they built this addition and someone wanted to demo this addition and spend all that money to demo it out, you would still have the main house sitting there intact. You know, the addition could come and go and the main house would still be there, not impacted. If that answers your question.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of, so that what you're saying, there's no irreversible.
There will be, I think it's, I can check the plans, but there will be a connection from is it the breezeway and the attached garage area where the main, the addition is going to connect. And that, you know, it's going to be considered the same structure in terms of connection at that point, but it will be connected on the far end at the breezeway in the existing garage. There is not a connection kind of coming off the main bulk main mass of the house, the main structure of the house.
I'm Tim Hazeltine with Post Hazeltine Associates. Pam Post and I prepared the reports, I should say. And as has been noted earlier, we concluded the project met the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation and restoration. One of the goals of the project was to minimize any changes to the stone masonry house. It's always, you know, challenging to retrofit and rehabilitate a masonry building. So the proposed project will have the changes to the existing house and garage are adding the glazing that Steve mentioned to the passageway, portico, breezeway, whatever you'd like to call it, the removal of a non-historic addition from the rear of the garage, and its replacement by a new addition that will allow the parking of cars of the size that we have today. And the other is the construction of the addition. And we're supportive of that. It meets the Secretary of the Interior standards because it does incorporate some materials that reference the original house, which is the masonry base of the new wing. It is more contemporary, modern in style, but in most of the country, that type of an addition is considered appropriate because it maintains a visual distinction between a potential historic resource and the addition. So you can readily distinguish them if their scale and massing is appropriate. In this case, we believe that's the case. It's set off to the east end of the existing breezeway. And it does present, it's about, it kind of reads at one end is 2 stories in height. And the reason for that is that the property slopes down from north to south. So any sort of addition in that area is going to require some sort of plinth that the actual habitable space sort of sits on. And we felt that was more preferable than an enormous amount of grading on the south side of the property to achieve a level surface with the existing house, because we would need to do a considerable amount of cut and fill for that. So we have done the analysis, which has been reviewed by county planning staff, and the report and those findings of a report were supported by staff, that there was a less than significant impact to potential historic resources.
Thank you very much. And I just want to remind commissioners, we need to pull back. We're only talking about a nomination today. We're not talking about a project that's proposed for this. So please keep your comments to the nomination that's in front of you. Commissioner Saluga.
So bottom line, the real opposition to the acceptance of this is the delay in time for what you're proposing.
Correct. So a designation today would result in at least a 90-day moratorium. So planning and development, we are at the very end of a long marathon in this process. So planning and development is on the eve of approval, deeming our application for a CDP complete. So if this designation moves forward, P&D would stop all work, and this would wait for 90 days for board approval. In addition, this would require an appeal by the landowners, more legal work, more resources, a board hearing, et cetera. However, I do want to again point out that the owners, again, because all the current work is not going to adversely impact future designation, they may be amenable to future designation after they receive a condition to move in, a certificate of occupancy to move into the addition. They would be potentially interested in having your board consider this again. So I just want to make it clear that we are not shutting off designation or we're not, intractable in our opposition, but we are preserving the ability of this property to be designated in the future. Thank you.
I think it's time to move on with public comment. Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Ryerson, could you remind us, just for our educational benefit, what does indeed happen if we go forward? What constraints does the 90-day period place on the property owner?
And could we waive
So if you move forward, then there is a designation actually in place by HLAC. So they would, as the resolution is currently written, they can't make any alterations, repairs, changes, or additions without coming to HLAC and you reviewing the plans. And you could impose conditions. I do think it's possible to put some kind of carve out in the resolution if you wanted to let them go forward. You could say something like the foregoing conditions shall not be imposed on the owner's proposed project as described, and then we could come up with a reference probably to the historic reports, for example.
Ms. Ryerson?
So that's a possibility.
My question is, we're only looking at the house and the garage. That 90 days wouldn't affect this addition because we're not talking about an addition. We're talking about the house, garage, and the few hardscapes. So I don't know how the other project would be delayed because we're not talking about the other project in our resolution.
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
I mean, they did mention a roof. Now that might cause a problem, but I was wondering if the planner is online. Is the planner online? Yes. I wanted to ask the planner about the roof, even though we're not supposed to go this direction. But when was the application for the roof? Because I saw the original plan in January and I did not see about a re-roof put on. When was the application for roof came through?
Hi, this is Veronica King. I'm the planner. I received a request. Well, actually, they were just asking how it would work if they were adding on a re-roof. And I was told it would be like for like, which it's exempt from a planning permit. So they actually wouldn't need to go through me other than to have me review the building plans to sign off on the building plans.
Okay, was this a
So
recent?
I directed them to.
Was this
Sorry.
done last year, this re-roof, or was this something that just came through recently?
I'd say within the past few months. I know that when I originally sent them the feedback letter and they resubmitted their project, they included the re-roof then. So that was probably a few months ago. I don't have the exact date, but I can look if it's important.
My only concern would be the roof, might be a hindrance to this project because it is part of what we're putting as a nomination. But the rest, I can't see how it would delay the project. Commissioner Snow?
I keep hearing project people say that they're doing everything to comply with all the historic standards. I'm kind of curious why you wouldn't want to landmark then and We're not Mills Act in the county. That's the city of Santa Barbara. You said about the tax incentive, that's not part of that. But the other thing I was saying, would we be able to work with council to get appropriate wording that we wouldn't adversely affect this current project? And you seem to have problems with that number 3 here, with the 90-day stoppage, or during, that's how long approximately it would take to get through the supervisor.
No, the 90 days is in our bylaws. That
Yes,
we
but
have to give the supervisors 90 days
to
from the time that we approve
prove it
a
before
nomination.
they have it.
They have 90 days to accept it or reject.
But could we waive that we wouldn't adversely impact this current? I mean, that's what I'm hearing, that the applicant believes that they will be harmed if we landmark it now. But if we waived this project going through, is there a possibility to work with the applicant's counsel like we have with the Parks Department on Rocky?
That's in the
Rocky
county
Nook.
code that they have to have a 90 day.
In 90 days.
That can be changed. Is that correct?
But that's just for us to landmark, but not to impact their project in particular. You know more, Howard.
Still trying to get my head around what's going on here. So we have we have a project. We have an existing residence which was eligible for designation. As such, we should have been notified that a project is being proposed, which would, on a property that is eligible. That would have brought it to us in the proper time frame. That did not happen. So this is why it is coming up now. So I see the applicant's desire to keep moving on this project. And we also have our desire to designate this project. The designation is not about the project. The designation is about the existing property. It's my understanding. And that we can divorce the two. Your project can go ahead without our designation. But then our designation can go ahead that would exempt whatever is proposed in the project. So if you have a roof, or you have a glass enclosure, or you have a change in the garage door fenestration or whatever to make it habitable or otherwise, those proposed elements of the current project could be exempted from our designation. They would not be impacted. But we have a desire to move ahead with the designation so that no other little last minute, 2 month laters, afterthoughts and so forth can come in that would impact the existing residents, the existing property. And it really is just the stone building and the garage. So that's my understanding of how this could move forward, and both the applicant's interests and the commission's interests would be maintained.
Commissioner Sluga?
I wanted to point out, we appreciate you trying to work with us, very much so. I have concerns because as written, the existing resolution, again, this is page 3, 2B. So it says, except as set forth in subsection D, no alterations, repairs, so that would be repair to the roof, additions. So the existing proposed additions are additions to the house that would be listed, or changes. We're also, as we mentioned, proposing changes to the existing breezeway, which is part of the home. So our concern is, as written, this would eliminate our ability to move forward with all proposed projects. Now, if there could be a mechanism to list all the existing projects that are currently under review and near completion, that could be something that we could consider, but I would need to spend a few minutes conferring with my client. They are available. And I'd also love to get county council's take on whether something like this could be drafted.
Can I just quickly,
Go ahead, Commissioner Sluga.
what if we just postpone our action for 2 years?
That's a possibility.
There is an answer to the question. Because many things can happen in those 2 years and have happened with other properties. People change their minds. Discovery changes the project. And we ended up we have a different project that's going to be approved and move forward under the umbrella of this so-called wait 2 years.
I mean, on the other hand, it sounds like we want to approve this project, not even knowing what the additions look like.
Well, we're approving the nomination
We're not approved.
without approving the project.
Well,
Mr.
another
Chair.
personal observation is that these people have invested a lot of money in the purchase of this property. I think they, having owned a historic house at one time, I think they have an appreciation of what they have purchased. And it would seem very foolish of them to do some kind of bastardized addition that would actually depreciate the value of the property.
Mr. Chair, just in terms of process, I do appreciate hearing from everybody now, and especially the representatives of the property owner. So that's what I would suggest, is that you go back to our regular process and everybody will get a chance to make their comment when comments are appropriate.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do earlier. So I think we do need to move on to public comment.
A question first.
Okay.
This pertains to everything we've been talking about. I noticed in the attorney's letter to the commission on page 3, and again, the project proposed or ongoing is really out of bounds for us here, but this bears on this conversation. In the third paragraph of that letter, on page 3, the attorney states that further, the owners have submitted a pending land use application for an addition to an existing single-story dwelling, new attached garage, new pool, new septic system, 2 new entry gates, and associated site improvements. It's a matter of confusion to me as to, is this another project? Or is this the one that included the wing addition? Because the way it's worded, it looks like this is something, a second one coming down the pike.
Commissioners, thank you for that question. It is the same project. There is only one current project pending. There's nothing in the future.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so all those aspects are part of what, all right. Now we can move on.
Let's move on. Do we have any public comments? The one I have here, I believe Steve Fort, he's already spoken. There is a Henry Lenny. Did they already want to, did they already speak? Or is that from a different agenda item? That's the Coral Casino. Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we have any public comment online?
We have nobody online and we have no speaker slips submitted.
Okay, so we have no public comment. So we've gone through public comment. So we're going to move on to commissioners' comments. We're at that point. Okay, so who would like to start? Remember, this is all about the nomination of the Chaffee residents, 2929 East Valley Road. As explained earlier, it is the house, the attached garage, and the few hardscapes that was mentioned.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. We're actually all very lucky that we could be having this heated debate today, because this extraordinary property still exists in the condition it is. It's very rare that you have such a stylish building, and this really is a stylish building, that has survived with so little change. I think a lot of that has to do with the materials that are used. And also that it's had good stewardship from the previous owners. And obviously, those owners who originally built it must have had a special attachment. And that occurred for the most part with successive owners. Obviously, we got some sort of 1960s, 70s additions and changes with the pool and stuff like that that are perhaps feel a little out of place. But it's just amazing that we should have such a property to talk about. One thing I want to clarify is that some of the letters and things that were written us suggested that we're somehow out of place by writing one of our own nominations. It's very clear under Chapter 18A that the HLAC is empowered to initiate, and it's very clear that under the bylaws too, that we're expected to do that. And obviously, if this organization is confined to commenting on landmarks, then that's the only way we're going to have any influence in terms of fulfilling our mission and protecting historic resources. So we do have to focus on landmarks. Now, it's true, within our bylaws, there are specific conditions which speak to buildings that are in imminent threat. And Randy often likes to refer to those. And certainly we would like to be able to defend buildings that are in imminent threat and ought to, but we also need to be proactive. And we need to be proactive because even though one property owner at any particular point in time may be protective of that historic resources, a subsequent property owner can come in and do something entirely different. So that is why I really disagree with the attorney's comment that landmarking it will not give any additional protection. That's just untrue. Now, if it's really true that it won't give any additional protection, then why are they protesting? Is what I sort of would say to begin with. It's not our intent to derail the project that is proposed. And certainly I would be in favor of it if it can be appropriately written of some sort of carve out, such as Ms. Ryerson's suggestion. It needs to be carefully delineated so it doesn't become something you could drive a tank through. But certainly a carve out which speaks to the way the proposed addition now only proposes to attach to the rear of the garage and modify the hyphen slightly. And in fact, I would wonder if the historic building code might give you some relief in terms of the way building and development is saying you have to physically enclose it in order to appear as one structure. I think that's the problem you're having with the separate garage. There might be a way we could get you a carve out there where you don't necessarily have to enclose that space as fully simply to meet some technicality in the definition. So I think there is something that could be done here that both addresses the commission's need to protect the building in the long term and to not unnecessarily impede the processing of the project that's going forward. Because that certainly isn't our intent. But our focus should not be overly on this specific project because we're not giving that power. And it is possible, although certainly these owners it would appear want to live there, we can't really wait till they live there. If we wait till they get a certificate of occupancy in 2027, they may also just decide to drop it and go somewhere else and sell the property. And if we remember the last time we had an issue that was somewhat like this, it was Rancho San Carlos, and we were told that they would be working with us, and then they sold the property before protection could be finalized. So I don't mean to paint you with what's happened in additional situations, but if we really want to protect, then we have to be proactive. So I would encourage us to go forward and at the same time be open-minded to this idea of the carve-out language. This was something I suggested before, in as much that this was done with Maddie's Tavern. And I know your time period of 10 years was sort of interesting, going back that far to find something where originally a property owner was not in favor. With Maddie's Tavern, originally they were opposed to the designation, but they ultimately embraced it. And part of that was we simply had to write a resolution that was specific enough that would allow them to do work in those parts of the building that they knew they would need to have work. And that can be done. And if you look at the resolution the way it is now, there's that final clause that was in, or at least D reads this way. It says the interior is not subject to the foregoing conditions, subsections A and B. That's the way typically these carve-outs are written. They say, and blah, blah, blah is not subject to this. So it can be done. I really think so. So I would support us to continue to do our job to the best of our ability and really try and protect this wonderful structure, which I believe the owners are trying to do too, in their way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Steinway.
I have experience with a historic house. I have one. I went through this whole process myself, so I understand your concerns and your pain. I do say that if you do designate, the historic building code will help you. There's a lot of things that you are not going to need to comply with that you would have to comply with a normal building situation. So that is something you might want to consider as an advantage. Ms. Steinfeld, I think you said that the designation will adversely impact the project, and that's the big objection to designation. If in fact that that impact is strictly about timing of the project and getting it done as you are so close to having those plans approved, then I agree with if we can carve this out so that you can get those done at the same time and consequently in parallel look at a designation. It's not as bad as you might think. Nobody does come to your house, I will tell you that. Nobody's even knocked at my door saying they want to come in and look. So as long as the outside of the structure remains in the vernacular of the day, as I think I was quoted many times by HLAC before I was on this. This is how I got here, by the way. I think everybody should be happy.
Commissioner Malcolm, I believe you want.
Yes, thank you. I would just want to address that okay, going against the owner's wishes to landmark something. Yes, it has happened at least once, and that was in the case of the owners wanted to demolition a structure, and so it was landmarked and saved against the owner's wishes. And but there have been many nominations without the owner's wishes that the owners did turn around and say, hey, wait, this is to our advantage. Namely, Maddie's Tavern, which was mentioned. Actually, Coral Casino, the owner was opposed to the designation. And then after some discussions, turned around and said they were in favor of it. Santa Barbara Botanic Gardens, they were opposed to designation of historic landmark, but they turned around. Mostly because you have a panel of experts right here of free advice that can help out the project and give you like some local expert opinions on remodeling, how to do things correctly, in the style of the way that the spirit of the property is. Sorry, I'm not very articulate, but in that sense, I would encourage the owners to rethink that aspect of it, that you get free advice from experts up here. Sure, it's going to delay things a bit, understandable. It's another layer of government oversight. I get it, but these are concerned citizens, and that's what we are, concerned citizens, history enthusiasts. But many of us are actual experts in the field that can give you free advice on your project. And I would like to encourage, like many other projects that came before us, that the owners were not in favor for, but eventually turned around. Like I said, only one time have we designated a landmark against the owner's wishes. So I would encourage you to owners rethink that.
Thank you, Commissioner Malcolm. Would like to comment next? Commissioner Witash, for comments?
So 4 comments. 1, I think the applicants should be allowed to proceed with their project unencumbered by what we do in this commission today. Number 2, project that they are proposing has certain elements which we would be concerned with if we were reviewing the project. Those elements should be specifically exempted from being required to conform to our review. Number 3, I think we should be allowed to proceed with a nomination independent of this project to designate the property, and that we would be specific about what we are designating. And I think that the language that needs to occur, this is number 4, be incorporated into the resolution and into the nomination as necessary, so that when the nomination gets to the board of supervisors, that they understand that this is a property that has been eligible for historic for some time, and that we now are doing this, and we are using the article of 18A to do this, the authorization that we have from Article 18A. So those are my comments at this point. This would be a win-win situation if possible.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Saluk, comments?
I like what you just said. And it appears to me that we're not going to be able to design the tweaking of the words today. But if the tweaking of the words do what we think and do not delay the project that they're proposing, then if we have a month to come up with the wording of what we want to approve next month, then maybe everyone will be happy.
Words are everything, so I'm okay with that.
Other commissioner comments? Commissioner Nye.
I agree to the comments that have been uttered by our commissioners. And in interest of time, I can't add any more to that. But I'd like to proceed with the nomination.
Agreed.
Okay, well, as chair, I guess I'll do the final, we'll decide what we're going to be doing here. I think I'm focusing just on the nomination, and I think this residence and the garage and the landscape, hardscape that is mentioned is so overwhelmingly worthy of a historic landmark. I mean, it's mentioned in the historic report that it's both county, national, or state eligible. And I feel that our nomination process is separate than the project that's going forward. And I don't see how that could slow down the project. I like the idea of changing, maybe if you want to put something in that section B as a possibility. But if we don't decide that today, that means it will be another month. And if we decide to make it a nomination, that's when the 90 days start again. So then instead of a 90-day delay that they're thinking that might happen, which I don't think it will, it'll be longer than 90-day delay for things to be done. So that's what my concern about waiting and coming back another month to add any changes to our nomination resolution. That is my consideration. But if someone wants to make a motion now to table it and bring it back next month, or someone wants to make a motion to move forward and see if it passes or doesn't pass, we can do that too.
I just wanted to clarify what you said. Why would it mean in the next month, they would be proceeding with their going through the permit process? They're not on hold right now.
No, they're not. But and I'm not. I'm saying that this is. I agree with you. This is a separate nomination. Is separate than what the project is.
So it will be,
But their concern is the 90 days, and they'll still have that concern in 30 days, and then it will be another 90 days after that. Even though I don't think there'll be that, it would not hold up the project.
But the way it's currently written, it will, because it says no addition. So I think unless you carve that out.
So that's why I say we could right now put the language in, however you want to word it, and then make it as an amendment. I mean, there's a couple amendments I mentioned earlier that already need to be done. One is the adding of garage on everything where it mentions the Chaffee residence, it should have and garage. On every line in the resolution, that needs to be added. But it's up to you if we bring it back and do it, and then come back, or try to do it now.
well, I think that council, the applicant's council would need to talk to the applicant before they could maybe opine on which language and that might be acceptable or not, because that's what we were talking about, is making an amendment to this that would kind of waive as to the current project that's in the planning and development. So they usually would need time to talk to their clients unless they have the authority to right away do something.
County Council, do you have direction on this?
If you don't want to affect the project, that you would want to put a carve out into the resolution. We could try to come up with something today, but it might take some time.
Commissioner Sluga?
I would actually like to make a motion that we table this for time to resolve these issues and bring it back next month.
And who will be resolving the issues? That's, I mean,
The resolving issues is to come up with the text to allow the historic designation, and at the same time allow the owner's process to continue without delay.
okay.
Would we need a month? Could we do it in the next several hours? I don't know. That might be, because we still have to go through the Coral Casino
We have to move. We have to move on to a different
agenda item, but we can't table for an hour. Okay.
The next meeting. Commissioner Witash?
I think.
Is there a second on the motion?
Did you do a formal motion?
Yes, it is
That
a
was
formal,
that was a formal motion.
formal motion.
So we need a second to continue discussion on the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a second on the motion. So now we can do a discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chair?
Work on
I-
changing the resolution, and coming back next month.
Yes, I would be afraid you're looking at reopening all of this. If you, well, first, of course, we're not tabling. I think continue is probably the word you're looking for. But I would not, I would recommend a more definitive steps. I would move that if I were making the motion, move that the HLAC designate 2929 East Valley, as a historic landmark. Okay, and then what we would continue to next month was adoption of the resolution, which would be refined in order to allow progress on the proposed addition. And that would also give you time to make the small revisions that need to be made to both the nomination and the resolution in other areas too. And at the same time, we could encourage council to consult with the property owner's representative to see that language works for all parties. That's the sort of alternative I'd suggest.
After your wise counsel, I withdraw my motion.
Or amend it.
Or just amend to,
Anyone suggest, how could I amend it?
oh, okay, you withdraw it and that's the new motion.
Yeah.
Is the second agree with
I
this?
would second the new motion.
You
and-
agree to the withdrawing of the first motion?
With whatever.
Yes. Just want to make sure.
So but I would like the applicant, no, this is not an applicant now, it's just the person, the party that has the project to know that they can continue with their project unencumbered. You're free to pursue your permits.
We're not.
We're doing a separate thing here. We don't need to see you again, except in conference.
No, and just to be clear, if we approve this motion, we're not approving the final to go to the Board of Supervisors. It still has to come back next month. It sounds like we're going to approve the nomination, but then it has to come back for the resolution to be approved. And nothing can go to the Board of Supervisors until the resolution is approved, which would be at the next month's meeting. Is that the best explanation?
Yes.
Okay. So this 90-day period that you're thinking about wouldn't take effect because we haven't done the resolution yet.
Are you also in agreement that the party would not have to come back and?
Oh, I'm sure they would want.
You think they want to come back?
Oh, that we need to work on the resolution. We want the property owner as much as hopefully the property owners to be in agreement, and we want to make sure that we have language that you're accepting with. And so in this next period, hopefully, I mean, it doesn't mean we will get language that you'll accept, but hopefully we'll get something that you could be agreed to. And my question is, would it be working with county council or who? I mean, I want to make sure.
I would volunteer to work with county council and with council.
I mean,
If that would be appropriate.
Is it appropriate to work with you on this
Two of us in a
wording?
committee.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like clarification on the motion, though.
The motion was withdrawn.
Okay.
And Lance, you want to read it over again?
And I stated my motion, which it's essentially that we would conceptually designate 2929 East Valley Road, the Chafee House and Garage.
Chafee Residence and Garage instead of the address.
With associated landscape features, sandstone features, whatever language it is there. Okay. Designate as a historic landmark. Okay. But defer adoption of the official resolution until our next meeting so that we can develop the specific language that would allow the processing of the addition permits and the other small minor revisions we need to the resolution or the nomination.
I do.
So now we're open for discussion on nomination. Okay, Commissioner Malcolm.
Um, uh, I do not like this proactive approach. I remember when we landmarked the Schroed Produce House building against the wishes of the railroad because that was in imminent danger of being demolished. There was no question, no doubt they were going to demolish. That's what they wanted to do. So we had to step in to save that building. In this case, I have heard no argument that the current owners are going to do anything detrimental to this property. So yeah, to have it as a landmark, I'm all for it. I've seen the nomination packet looked great, 100%. I would like this as a landmark, but against the owner's wishes, I cannot support it at this time because there's no proof of the owners being disingenuous yet. I understand we had an issue with Rancho San Carlos. They were disingenuous owners and they weren't truthful with us. So yeah, stuff like that's going to happen, but to be proactive and say, well, owners in the future might do something detrimental. Well, we have to deal with that when the time comes. Right now is not the time to go against an owner's wishes. Although I'd like them to reconsider that I just cannot do this ethical overreach of private property owners and telling them, even though it's in their best interests, they have a right to say, no, we don't want something in our best interests right now. It just rubs me the wrong way that we're actually considering this right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Malcolm. Any other comments on the motion on the table?
I agree with the motion and I can support it.
Want to call the question? Yes. Okay, we have a call the question. Let's do a vote on the motion. You want to read back the motion?
Lansing moves, seconded by Witosh, to conceptually designate the Chafee House and garage and hardscape features, but defer adoption of the official resolution to the July 2024 HLAC meeting to allow time to develop the specific language that will allow the processing of the addition permits and the small minor revisions that need to be made to the resolution.
Okay.
So add the address to that as well.
Okay, so let's do a roll call vote. I'll start my dice to the left. We'll do with Commissioner Duncan,
Aye.
Commissioner Knight,
Aye.
Mr. Witosh,
Aye.
Commissioner Steinwalks,
Aye.
Commissioner Nye,
Aye.
Commissioner Snow,
Aye.
Commissioner Sluga,
Aye.
Commissioner Malcolm,
No.
and Commissioner Coffin Gray, aye. Okay, so we have a conceptual nomination approved and we'll be back scheduled for next month's meeting, hopefully with a revised resolution. And thank you very much for all your time today. Appreciate it. Okay, well, we will be moving on to a standard agenda item number 12. And this is the Coral Casino renovations. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, HLAC, will review and approve approve with conditions or deny the following proposed improvements to the Coral Casino. One, modify the existing restaurant entrance on the Channel Drive side of the octagonal lighthouse tower with a wider single door, 3 feet to 6 feet, 3 feet 6 inches, I'm sorry, flanked with 18-inch side lights on either side and covered with a 36-inch deep awning. 2, modify the existing pedestrian gates, gate posts, and light fixtures at the La Pacifica entrance to the west of the restaurant facing Channel Drive in an Art Moderne style. No relocation of the gates or walls is proposed. And 3, enclose the 736 square foot second-story restaurant courtyard with a low-profile skylight. HLAC will also consider determination that the project and above actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15331 of the CEQA guidelines, because the project is limited to maintenance, repair, stabilization, rehabilitation, restoration, preservation, conservation, or reconstruction of historical resources in a manner consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties with guidelines for preserving, rehabilitation, restoring, and reconstructing historic buildings. Weeks and Grimer, 1995. The parcel is served in the Montecito Water District, the Montecito Sanitary District, and the Montecito Fire Protection District. Access is provided from Channel Drive. The property is a 3.26 acre parcel zoned CV, Resort Visitor Serving Commercial, and shown as assessors parcels number 009 353 015, located at 1281 Channel Drive in the Montecito Community Plan area, and it is in the first supervisorial district. So any commissioner ex partes on this project before we get started? Okay, so we have the staff report, which would be the planner. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm sorry. And the planner for this is Henry Wakamiya. And so is Mr. Wakamiya going to do the presentation? Okay. So go ahead. First of all, I guess I should ask questions, commissioners. Any questions before we start with the presentation? Seeing none, go ahead.
Hey, Henry, did you have a presentation for us for this project?
Hi, Chair and Commissioners. I believe the applicant is available to present.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and do your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. We're pleased to be here with you today for the Coral Casino. I'm Steve Welton from SEPS Land Use Consulting. After me will be Chip Wilbrandt and Barry Winnick, the project architect. As you may or may not know, the project was recently approved unanimously by our Board of Supervisors and before that, the Planning Commission, to allow the second-story restaurant at the Coral Casino to be used by the public. And so we're excited to have that opportunity to have the public enjoy this landmark that right now doesn't have direct access to it. Subsequent to that, the owners engaged with a new operator and chef, and as a result of those discussions, an application for a substantial conformity determination has been made to the County of Santa Barbara Planning Development Department for some minor exterior changes, which you referenced just now in the beginning. A little bit of errata, as you also know, there's MBAR, Montecito Board of Architectural Review, also has purview in this situation. Just because of the vagaries of the agendas, we ended up going to the Montecito Board of Architectural Review first, and they had some comments. As a result of their comments, we adjusted our project description slightly to revise the single door, which you mentioned earlier, with side lights to a double door of approximately the same dimensions. And also, in response to a comment, the skylight was changed from a skylight to a solid roof to enclose the existing outdoor dining. So that's the process we're in. We received some comments from the county planning department. A CD is one of the lower level actions that the county planning department can take. And so we will not be going to plan commission for this. Further, it'll be processed at the staff level. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Chip Willgrant for a few comments before we get into our presentation of the actual project.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for staying through lunch and continuing to review this. I'm in some ways glad that we're up after your long discussion of this morning. I think that was a discussion that is particularly poignant because it is of a project in Montecito, and we are also a project in Montecito. And one of the things that often happens, I know you guys experience this, is that a project will have to go back and forth between you and the Board of Architectural Review. We're not in NASPAR. We're actually, I'm sorry, shut that off. We're in MBAR. And so that has made it even more interesting and complicated. Again, as Steve mentioned, this is a project that went all the way up through the Montecito Planning Commission. There was some controversy. There were some settlements that we made on behalf of the owner with the Coral Casino Club membership. That went up to the Board of Supervisors. It actually was last year, so I don't think of that as particularly recently. We've been trying to get the project then implemented. The conditions included that in order to have the public go to the public restaurant, the entry had to be separate from the entry that the members use. And there are 2 existing entries on the building. We are actually required to use the entry that we're bringing to you today. That is really the major part of this project. It's what can be seen from the public. One of the other interesting things about the discussion you had earlier, again, most projects that could be landmarks must go through a CEQA process. We both have to go through a CEQA process because we could be, and because we in fact are a landmark. And so we do have Tim Hazeltine here. Post Hazeltine has looked at the various different ways that we looked at being able to have the public entry separate from the club members' entry. We had a version that was described in the project description, which went to MBAR. It was, I will call it, actually, I'll use the words of MBAR chair. He called it underwhelming. And so we went to the MBAR. They asked that we do something that is a bit more, I think he also used the word appropriate to the entry of what will probably be the nicest restaurant in the Santa Barbara area. But we needed to make sure that that still meets the requirements for a historic landmark. And so again, we've worked closely with Post Hazeltine and with the architects. We need your review of this. We are scheduled to go back now to MBAR. We are trying to be very responsive to some pretty clear direction they gave us to be not so underwhelming. We also, for particular reasons of this now being the public entry for the restaurant, we need to be able to do particular things. And so that has really sent us to having 2 doors rather than one big, very heavy door. And so that's why we have the proposal in front of you. There were some things that FAR has suggested to us that we did not think were consistent with the maintaining the historic structure. Our owner is very dedicated to making sure that his buildings are kept in an incredible, impeccable shape, and he personally takes a very careful look at everything that's proposed. MBAR had suggested that, for example, we make the door 11 feet tall. We didn't think that was appropriate. So we'll go back to MBAR, but we need to be able to do that as soon as possible. So we really ask you to take action today, give us your review and direction, but let us move forward to MBAR because we want to get this restaurant open. And it's been several years. So with that, I thank you, and we're here. Barry's going to walk you through, again, what we think are 3 relatively minor changes, but I think that the one that you're probably going to be most interested in is that door that's on Channel Drive. Thanks.
Thanks, Chip. So I'm Barry Winnick of Winnick Architects, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for allowing us this opportunity. So do have some notes. Anyway, for me, it's been a great honor and privilege because I've been overseeing work at the Coral Casino for nearly 2 decades, starting with a major renovation that you saw back in 2006 and 2008. And so we have a presentation that goes with this. Okay, he's pulling up. Thank you. That's perfect. So no, you can stay on that first page just for a minute. I think you're all, this is a rendering of the building existing. And anyway, during that period of time, we got to work with and get guidance for the stewardship from historians, including Alex Cole, Architectural Resources Group out of San Francisco, as well as our current historians post Hazeltine. And so it's been a pleasure working with them and having their insight all the way through the process. And, you know, I think I heard references earlier today about having resources for great guidance, and really the historians have been. And Architectural Resources Group really helped us with preservation. So this current project, which we can go on to the next slide, it focuses on a series of small changes. Chip very really helped clarify them, but it includes the dedicated public entrance for the Seaside Restaurant, which will now be open to the public, not just club members. It also includes at the La Pacifica Ballroom and Function Terrace, which incidentally is the community's largest public event spaces and only one on the ocean edge, to be enhanced, and it's going to feature Art Moderne entrance gates and lighting. There are current gates there, and the gates that are there currently are non-historic. They were added back in that renovation in 2008, but they'll be yet improved. So this is the aerial view of the existing building today, and it shows how well the project that you last approved, that we came in front of you a few years ago, has turned out. During that project, you know, we were able to capture the historic DNA and vision of the Coral and maintain it. This project restored the pool decks, the Coral Cafe, fins, sun decks, the clock tower, as well as repair of the lighthouse. You may have seen the summer edition, I just happen to bring it with me, of Santa Barbara Magazine. I don't know if you guys have received this yet in the mail or seen it nearby. It really celebrates the feeling of the Coral Casino from the 1940s, but it's the Coral Casino today. So I'm really proud that this just happened, and we can leave it or pass it around if you guys haven't seen it. Happy to share it with you. And I think we really felt that the 1940s really, you know, is what we keep looking at as our touchstone for the project. So if we can move on to the next photo. Thank you. So this is existing, it's a panorama that we've put together because it's really hard to capture the Coral, such a long facade. So you'll see it's a series of photos stitched together. That center left is the main entrance. It's historic, and that is the members' entrance, and it's very prominent, meant to stay that way. Off to the right, in the little vestibule that's just in front of the lighthouse tower, it's actually not the lighthouse itself, it's in front of it. That's where the current restaurant entrance door is, which you can see is very diminutive. And anyway, we're improving that, and you'll see that as we move forward. And then on the next photograph, this is just shows that main entrance more focused. You get a good sense of it going to the next one. That is the right hand or the west end of the building, showing you the current condition of the non-historic gates and lanterns, which are part of the La Pacifica entrance. And then and that also includes the valet drop-off or the La Pacifica events. The next slide, please. So these four images capture the glamour and look and feel of the past era and our inspiration for today. Next, please. And this is just really looking at Gardner Daly and his work, the modern lines associated with the Art Moderne movement, which really greatly influenced the development of Coral. The canopies that you see are in the language and the inspiration for our restoration, and I'm sorry, our restaurant entrance canopy. Next, please. Okay, so these are images of the original murals at the club. The second image from the right was discovered during the 2006 restoration. Incidentally, it was hidden behind drywall. The whole thing was all hidden, including the fireplace. And we, through knocking on the wall, kind of imagined it might be there and found it and discovered it and fully restored it. It required more restoration and was just restored again during this last improvement enhancement project, and is now the members' living room. The next photo, please. What's important about those two is that the murals will find their way, which is not part of today's discussion, but just so you know, find their way into the iconography of the club as it further develops. These images feature the entrance that has been at the stair or in front of the lighthouse. So anyway, the image to the right is the current grand stair to the restaurant that you proceed to when you move through the image that's just to its left of the vestibule in front of the tower. The stair it will have some renovation work. The stair itself will stay, that grand stair. So it gives you a sense of what kind of presentation and sequence really should be there in order to make the entrance into a restaurant that's going to be of this caliber. So it gives you a good sense. So this is what way it has been, and now it will get changed. Next. So these are, you'll see a series of more technical drawings. This is the site plan, just gives you full context of the whole building. The area of enhancement that we're talking about now is off to the left-hand side where you see the dark coloring showing the roofs. It's really, if you go to that 1/3 point, it's from there all the way to the left over is where the renovation is occurring. Next, please. This is the ground floor plan. The main members' entrance is, if you see a page, there's a brick path that leads straight towards the current main entrance, which is historic, centered on the Olympic swimming pool. Off to the left is where you see the entrance to the restaurant, which is on that 45-degree angle. So it presents itself a little bit differently to Channel Drive. And then way off to the left is the non-historic gates, which are being replaced with new Art Moderne gates that are for the La Pacifica Ballroom. And this plan is showing the La Pacifica Ballroom in the event area out in front of it, facing the ocean. Next, please. And so this is the second level plan. And this one, the area, if you see the area in the center with the round tables, where you can see some columns around the tables, those round tables represent the area that had been open before as a courtyard. Again, it's non-historic. In fact, the whole restaurant level is non-historic. Anyway, that's the area that we're planning on covering with this, with a roof at the same level as the roofs above. And the outer band that you see, that represents you'll see tables and chairs all along the ocean edge. So that's where the tables and chairs really make the most sense, where they're by the outdoor tables, so they're by the ocean side. And by enclosing those inner zone tables. It makes the restaurant more usable for all seasons. Where right now it's more limited. Moving on. So this just shows, you see that funny sort of, call it a hexagonal shape, that represents the roof covering. So you can see it's set back quite far from the ocean. Okay, and therefore less visible. This is the front elevation, Channel Drive elevation, and the historic members entrance is to the left. And what's nice about this is you can see the scale differential where the historic entrance is clearly more dominant. And we've been very sensitive and deliberate about this. And the restaurant entrance, which you see at that vestibule in front of the tower, it's also a little smaller here because it's on the 45-degree angle. And that's that Art Moderne new entry that we're doing with the double doors. And we do feel that we've balanced the M-bar encouragement to make it impressive enough and distinct enough so that it's a restaurant entrance, befitting of this location, and yet still being subservient. Still less essentially less affecting of the overall vision of the facade. Then way off to the right, again, is that public entry for the banquet for La Pacifica, which you can see just to the left of that Monterey pine. Okay. This next, perfect. This is a elevation looking from the west back at the west or south, I'm sorry, from the south, looking back at the facility. And so you've got the banquet hall at the bottom, then on the second level is that outdoor dining with awnings above it. And then at that very upper level, you'll see the existing non-historic glass balustrade that's at the sun deck. And behind that is where the roof infill is, that covered courtyard. And then next one, please. Very much the same. This one's the west view. You have the same thing. You have the banquet hall at the bottom. The area off to the right before you get to the clock tower is the looking out from the outside of Coral Cafe. You essentially would be looking, if you were standing right there, looking across through those windows at the pool in the distance. Up above where those awnings are, that is the outdoor dining portion that's still there, that's there today. And up above is the balustrade, again, the non-historic, which that entire level, including the awnings in the restaurant, are all non-historic. Okay. Next, please. So this section shows the sight line from the beach with a really low tide. It's like we really wanted to see, you'd probably be standing in water most of the time, if not. So what you can see in that line is, as the person's looking up, the roof infill or that covered courtyard is not visible. It's just totally not visible because it's set back so far. And same thing, we didn't even bother putting the line on it because I think you may have seen it in plan, but it's even farther from Channel Drive, so it's not visible for the public. And then this next one is really the same. It's just an enlarged view, so you can see it a little more closely, that sight line relative to this outdoor, what used to be an outdoor court, which is now filled in. And incidentally, the overall square footage of the club stays the same because that space was a dining space before, just is converted from outdoor to interior. This side features the restaurant entry. And again, after much study and encouragement from MBAR, we really did go back and look to balance this. I think we did 4 different studies. This is the one that we really liked the most. So in fact, I much prefer it over what we first submitted. So there's always a little bit of humility in having to work on these things and improve them. Anyway, we now have a double door, no side lights. Before we were proposing a single, as Chip mentioned, kind of large, hard to operate single door that was oversized. So this is almost the same size as the other one. It's literally 6 inches wider. So we went from 5'6" to 6 feet, but we have that expression of a double door, which feels much more like a restaurant entry. We've added two wall sconces on one on either side. You can see in that little image below on the left, low second from the left is the Art Moderne wall sconce. To the left of that is the new design that we're proposing for the canopy. So instead of a fabric awning, which again, MBAR felt it needed to be more permanent, it should be more in the style of the building. So we went and found Art Moderne precedents and are now, showing the awning really as a fixed element. And also the signage, this is a placeholder right now till we have the final name, but the signage will be mounted to the awning rather than to the building. So that way it's even, I'm sorry. Well, the signage name will still to be determined. So you'll see up above it says right now just Coral Casino, and it's on top of the awning. So it's attached, or it's canopy. It's attached to the canopy rather than to the building wall. It's less, in other words, we're doing it this way so it's easily reversed. It's something that will be less disturbing to the building by putting it on the canopy. And
It's a little hard to understand, given the sound system.
oh, sorry.
You've said, you've mentioned apparently that's the current plan is the drawing off to the left that says Carl's,
Correct.
and it's sitting on a bit of a porch, or what is that?
That is a canopy. So if you look at the image just below it, where you see the door and you see a canopy with letters on top of it, I can't read it well. Maybe it says 318. It's a little bit of an eye test. Thank you. 31866. That's the precedent. So it's instead of it being a fabric awning, what was encouraged and which I am very much in favor of, I think is a much better solution, is a very simple, streamlined designed canopy that the lettering sits on top of.
And then how far would that extend?
I think we currently have it extending somewhere around, I don't know, between 3 and 5 feet. It's not very far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's tied up against the. So I'm not totally wrong. 3'6" is the extension. Thank
you. So the drawing that we've been provided with shows a glass door with a awning.
With a fabric awning and 2 side lights? That was the former proposal.
That's not happening now?
Right. So the confusion is because that's what we submitted to MBAR. They commented on, we changed our presentation in response to theirs.
Good.
And thank you for asking that, because I'm sure it's confusing for everybody.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Great. Let's see if there's more I want to describe here. Simply, where the red rectangle is, that's highlighting, again, you see it on the angle and the elevation, where those doors are in the vestibule that's in front of the tower. And that plan that's just below it shows the doors to the vestibule. And then you walk from that vestibule, then finally into the lighthouse tower. That's the sequence. And that's where you would then encounter that grand stair. So next, did you just go 2, by the way? No, I'm sorry. Okay, my notes are just wrong. Somehow it's in the wrong order. Anyway, that drawing shows the revised design for the non-historic gates to La Pacifica. The major changes there, we've added more lines to the gate itself to make it enhance the Art Moderne aspect. It still has glass in between the steel, white steel, and then the lanterns have been changed from these very minimal kind of, they were a little bit too reductive, the ones that are currently out there, to ones that are of more elegance. And by the way, that's one other element that we did change, which we didn't change everything on this image, but if you're looking at the screen, the lanterns right now show them as being 1, 2, 3, 4 tiers with a single stepped back tier on top. That was the original image. That was the inspiration. So we've changed it again in response to MBAR's constructive criticism to being 3 tiers with 1 step at the top, just because they felt it was a little better in proportion. And frankly, I agreed with them. So then our next one. Okay, this is the section showing the infill at the courtyard upstairs at the restaurant, just to give you a little sense of it. And again, you can see that it's going to have this streamlined Art Moderne inspired look as well. And that's what that lowest image is that shows those bands that go around. And in fact, we're still studying the lighting of that ceiling, but it may have a Verisol ceiling and have that kind of sense of illumination. Okay, next one, please. And this is of the awning fabric that's on that outer band of the restaurant that will be where you get to sit by the ocean side with harbor views. It's been inspired also by the original awnings that you see at the rest of the club. And this is all on the ocean side of the building at that non-historic portion of the building. And so if we can, the next series of images are all technical drawings that are of the existing building. They're here in case you want to go back to them to ask any questions. If you don't mind. Yeah, we're skipping. This one, just go ahead. So if you don't mind just scrolling through them, there's the image at the very end. That's great. And so this is a Hal Boucher image from the 1940s featuring synchronized swimming. The image captures the richness and elegance of the coral's past and our touchstone that we honor as we move forward. In summary, we have 4 small areas of focus, which makes the Coral Casino restaurant and event spaces not just for members, but now available to the general public. This includes, as was outlined before, the dedicated restaurant entrance, befitting Thomas Keller restaurant. It's such an extraordinary seaside setting. It also has the enhanced La Pacifica banquet entrance terrace with replacement Art Moderne gates and lighting. And the covered courtyard, which keeps the same overall size, but allows for the restaurant seating in all seasons. And these new fabric awnings at the existing outdoor restaurant deck seating. The historians have found our proposal to be modest and proportionate, in keeping with the Art Moderne architecture and in accordance with this Secretary of Interior standards. I'm hopeful that you approve our project today so that we may move to the next stage, is the lengthy approval process. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions you might have. Also, Tim Hazelton is available for questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're up to questions for the applicant on this presentation. Mr. Saluga.
Yes, I visited the site the other day. You mentioned that it's now required that you have 2 separate entrances.
Correct.
The restaurant entrance, has 2 steps down after you get inside, which is not wheelchair accessible.
This is correct, yes.
It seems very difficult that you could correct that on the inside. I was told that persons in wheelchairs or the accessible entrance will have to go through the main entrance and around and come in the other way.
This is correct.
I think it would be better and less discriminatory if you actually did some work outside to create a lower area that would be a grade level entrance that would go into that lobby for the restaurant. And
I hear your question.
okay, let me just finish with my comments. As a potential customer of your restaurant, and I look forward to that, I think your new entrance design is too understated. I think if I were to arrive there after dark, I'd have a hell of a time trying to find out where to go in. And I think you could be, number one, you should have more protection outside, because we do get some rain sometimes that And I would think some kind of illuminated sign that is more significant would be appropriate.
I think we've maybe our protocol has changed a little bit. I'll answer your questions first, but
We're in the question.
and then we can maybe address comments as well. Right. So I'll address that first. So this is one of the cases where having the historic code apply to the project is super valuable. And we do have an accessible route that has been agreed to. This was discussed when it made its way all the way up to the county supervisors, that the members' entrance would also serve as the restaurant entrance for people that need, accessibility. And they would be accompanied, and it would be definitely made sure that they would know their way to find and have wayfinding to get to the restaurant. In terms of the practical aspects of why we're choosing this path, it's very clear. The road right of way on this building is very, very close to it. So to put a ramp in and to do other changes, we'd literally be in the county right of way. Also, I've just recently worked on the band shell project for the city, Plaza del Cruz, where we put in a handicap ramp, working with Architectural Resources Group, put in a handicap ramp around that building. You should go see how long it is. I think we did an excellent job of it. It makes an impact. Even though we were very discreet, we wrapped it around the back of the building. We put the landings in places to make it as invisible as possible. To do that, to even pick up a couple stairs would be very intrusive and would have a big impact on the landmark. So first of all, we really can't do it because of the county encroachment with the right of way. And then second of all, it would be a huge impact. So anyway, that's the answer on that. I do want to address, even though we're out of protocol, the entrance. There will be plenty of light coming through those doors because they're glass doors, emerging to the street. There are the wall sconces there. There will be lots of landscape lighting, as there always is. I don't think people will have a hard time finding the entrance to the building. And we really were balancing keeping the real feel of when you first arrive at the Coral Casino, to make sure that it feels like what everybody always remembered. And it goes all the way back to like these amazing pictures of Gardner Daly in front of that building from 1939. And we're holding on to that. To me, that's the DNA of Coral
Well,
Casino.
let me give you a little bit of a comment, though. I mean,
No, I'm sorry. We're in questions right now. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're in questions.
And just so you know, I mean, I think we've demonstrated that we're open to creative or we want to say it. What's the word for criticism? Instructive. Yeah, well, there's another word. Oh, well, constructive. Thank you. Constructive criticism. And, we did change our presentation, our proposal in response to MBAR. And clearly, if there's things that you all recommend, we certainly can look at that. My encouragement would be, let's make sure that wherever we come up with, because this process will get really long if we're going back and forth between agencies, let's please make sure that any constructive criticism that we add today to the project is something that can be, solved in a resolution here today constructively. Thank you.
Any other questions? Presentation? Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
To public comment?
Nobody online, but I do believe we have one person signed up to speak.
Yeah, I have a speaker slip. It's been a long day. Henry Lenny, architect. Okay, go
My
ahead.
name is Henry Lenny, architect, and just as a matter of reference, I was in the Santa Barbara Landmarks Commission for 12 years prior to term limits. I don't want to date myself, but that was a long time ago. And was also involved on issues very similar to this issue, including the participating in the Santa Barbara Landmarks Ordinance. Currently, I am consulting with other communities like San Clemente, Coachella Valley, and others on issues exactly of this sort. Now, going back to the building, Gardner Daly was brilliant, or maybe it was all an accident, I don't know. But he knew that this building that was completed, I believe, in 1937, was straddling the Art Deco period. The streamlined modern, as it was called, was also very much in vogue. The streamlined modern really has to do with speeds, and I wish David Gephardt would have been here because he would give you a whole dissertation on the horizontality of that period. And in this case, this continued to be the case today. I respectfully disagree that the entrance to the restaurant has to be grander. I disagree. In fact, it should be more understated that the main entrance, and you can do, and you can find it by doing some backlighting and all kinds of things. I mean, if I was looking for the restaurant, I would find it with backlighting. We ran into the same argument with a new restaurant called the Beer Garden in the Funk Zone. In fact, the tower that you see there was somewhat inspired by this, the lighthouse. But we basically have no lighting. The lighting that is provided is backlighting. And so it serves two advantages. Number one, it lights up the surface of the tower, which is part of the signage of the building. My only recommendation is that the eyebrow that was seen should be larger. It's something like 4 feet as an example. And then the lettering should be on top of the eyebrow, for lack of a better terms anyway. And then to backlight that, and I can assure you, you're gonna find it. Yeah. Now, the issue of hierarchy is that this building has gone through numerous changes. In fact, my firm was involved in making some modifications to this building. I believe it was in 2006, 8, and so on under Lenny Yates Van Hoy. And we went through some issues of deferred maintenance and so on. And what we realized is that the only thing that you're going to make a building like this and the function viable, it has to be so that we find ways in changing the style of architecture in a manner in which we won't be noticeable, at least for people who are used to visiting the building from 1947, which is me, to the present. But there's some changes that have been made that were dictated by the lifestyle, the current lifestyle of what people want to do. I mean, personally, I wish it was that multi-level diving board there, but that can get a little edgy, I think, these days. So that has to come up and so on. But I'm going to conclude by saying this is one of the most remarkable buildings. The symbolism of the building, just the idea that this building was designed to be modified over the years, given the needs of the users, essentially, and some of the necessary and bestie code changes that I think we have. In terms of the handicap accessibility, we dealt with an identical situation across the street at the courthouse when I was working with Charles Moore at the time. Where do you put the handicap ramp without impacting the building in both the Hall of Records and also in the courtyard section? Technically, you're supposed to go through the front. In this case, we work with a committee to try to put a handicap that you barely notice that is going to the courtrooms, even though we have to rebuild the new entrance doors. But that worked out rather well, and it continues to work well. So I think I'm not dismissing the fact that we should ignore the accessibility issue, but the last thing we want to do is have a lift in front of all this. And but there is a way, and we will find a way of having handicap accessibility to the building, hopefully directly into the space itself in some way or manner. I personally don't have the answer, but if we wait another 30 years, I may have to use that handicap accessibility. We'll see. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, let me.
Yeah, we're in public comment right now, so.
Right, right. Well, I'm happy to answer it.
Not really.
He's public. He wouldn't know. Yeah. Yeah, I can. So the hours of operation overlap. So the club is operating, from like 7 o'clock in the morning or maybe slightly sooner, all the way to like 9 o'clock at night. The restaurant, but actually 8 o'clock at night. The restaurant, the hours haven't been published yet, still to be determined, but they'll go into the evening. So it could be 9 or 10. So there would be some time of overlap. So the valet drop-off that's in front of the main entrance is the same drop-off for both. I understand that. So there is staff there greeting people, receiving them, their cars, locating their cars in the remote parking lot. They also have access to the building. So even though club members wouldn't necessarily be using the restaurant at that hour, I'm sorry, the club at that hour, there's still staff there and there would still be the accessible route into the restaurant. It's not like all the staff has gone home. The only people that are leaving home are, the club members, who incidentally could be in the restaurant. Thank you.
Very much. We're still in public comment. Jonathan, do we have any more public comment? That was our last public comment. Okay. So now we can go into regular comments from commissioners. And
Mr. Chair?
yes.
Could I ask for Jonathan to scroll back to the door in question? Because that seems to be the most important, potentially impactful part of the project. The Coral Casino. Thank you.
You just wanted to scroll the picture. Okay. We're getting a little slap happy here at 2:30. Okay. Okay. Now we're into comments and we have Commissioner Witosh.
Nye for getting us back.
Yes.
Question here. So I understand the minimalist approach to the entrance, and I really like it. I agree with the canopy and having the letters out on the edge of the canopy. What's the landscaping on each side of the path, the front, this restaurant?
Right. I don't know if mine's on anyway. It is, okay. So we haven't, as you probably saw, we have not presented landscape. That is something that are open to and entertaining. We've kept it as a separate part of the project for the future. And the reason again is because it's mostly in the right of way. It requires a different approvals process, which could delay the project. But we are open to landscaping, and there will be something done as a later iteration.
During comments.
Pardon me?
During comment.
No, we're in comments now.
Was it comments?
Yeah,
Yeah, but I was answering your question.
That being said, you have an opportunity to use accent lighting, up and down lighting, to create a kind of crack the eye to this place, and just have it be landscape and vector people in. I would like to see that landscape plan, lighting plan, along with the architecture you're showing. Very sympathetic to the architecture. And again, you have a main entrance that's formal and very, as I am a main entrance, and I see this little place off to the side. It's very, very, very nice.
Thank you.
So that's a comment. the way you've handled everything else in the building seems appropriate.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioner comments on the project for us? Commissioner Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and thanks for presenting your revised project. I needn't have stayed up late to read the old project because it's
My
totally different at this point. And all my notes about how I hated that awning are now irrelevant. And there were also some beams on the inside that looked like they belonged on a Spanish colonial revival building. What were they? So it definitely improved compared to what I was reading about last night. A lot of this is actually on the non-historical section of the building. So it really is right for us to focus here on these doors, on the most important facade of the historical part of the building. And what I can't help but notice is when I see these pictures of what exists sort of now and before is there was a great lengths to underplay this entire facade except the entry. The entry is just the thing. And I love this style. We don't have enough buildings of this style in Santa Barbara. And as a student of David Gebhardt, I think he would want to be sure that we kept this clean. So I'm a little concerned about being so overwhelmed by the entry. One of the things that worked well with what was obviously just a piece of infrastructure before is the door that was into that base of the tower was asymmetrical. It wasn't actually symmetrically placed in that facade. And of course, it was a little single door. I think you might consider placing this a little bit more asymmetrically, giving it a little whimsy here instead of trying to make it so important. I know that's opposite what MBAR told you, but I think you could still give this a discrete hideaway effect. I definitely prefer your awning as it is now. I'm definitely a little concerned about lighting. I wouldn't want to see internally lit lighting or neon. I think there's got to be other ways to call attention to it, and I think that some of the ideas of backlighting or uplighting in other ways would be a way you can get at it. The actual doors themselves, I could go with these multi-pane as shown, and they obviously make it a little bit more human scale than the super simple main entry doors. They are so simple. What's the height of these doors right now?
Doors, I believe, are shown at 8 foot, I believe. 8'2".
They're that big. Even as double doors, they're going to be
3 foot by 8'2". That's not for a restaurant entrance. That's not a surprising size.
And
if you don't mind my saying one thing, we are not considering neon lighting, or and lettering up there for the signage would be backlit. Would not be face lit.
And the light fixtures that you have, hopefully, we're not going to see any direct light from them. They will be illuminating surfaces, and primarily surfaces that we want to be able to see because we're going to walk on them. That's where we would want it. So the doorway, I think, is definitely, and I think you would be, I don't know what you're doing in terms of the ultimate font, but I would imagine you're going to be very careful in your choice of it, because the rest of the lettering that I can see out there is so clean and so neat. I would not want to see you introduce a totally new style that doesn't fit the geometry of the building. We want to see it as distinct, but not having so much style that it just detracts. from the main building. What you've got on the west end and the lamps there, those look pretty handsome, and making them simpler makes sense to me too. And the infill skylight structure, that's minimalist it too. So that seems to make sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Malcolm.
Okay, two things, one about the skylight and one about the door. Let's start with the door since that's what we're talking about first. 20-some years ago when this redesign project was put through and discussed, that door was supposed to be very understated, and attention was only supposed to be drawn to the main entrance. And I understand that it was just for the club members, and now you're opening up to everybody. So you'd want everyone to know that that's a main entrance, but from a historic standpoint, you're not supposed to attract attention to that entrance. As far as the skylight, I believe that's where the old cabanas used to be on the top floor, and keeping it open was kind of a nod to what that is. It was kind of a compromise as putting the restaurant and tables around there. The compromise kind of was, okay, leave it some open space there as a nod to, hey, that used to be the cabana open space where people get sun and everything. So, and putting a skylight there might kind of negate that a bit. So I just wanted to bring attention to what was discussed in the past on those issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Malcolm. Who else have comments on this project? Commissioner Saluga.
Well, even though this is an historic building, I think there needs to be some recognition of function over time. And if you're going to have a public high-class restaurant, it's appropriate to have a very visible entrance. And I think if your canopy is only sticking out 3 feet 6 inches, that's too small.
Okay.
But, and one other possible way to shine more light, if you will, on the entrance is maybe even some lighting in the pavement that shines up on the wall, just as a thought. But I am supportive of the larger entrance.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've been thinking.
Uh-oh, okay.
So this Coral Casino sign. I had a friend who's passed away, Don Bushnell.
Please talk to them.
Friend who passed away. His name is Don Bushnell. Bushnell had a neon garden in which he collected neon signs from 60 years of neon signs. And you mentioned we're not putting neon or anything like that, but the minute you said that, I thought, wouldn't it be something Coral Casino in a beautiful neon?
Okay.
Self-alight. No, you can put a background in it or whatever, but the neon would be so playful, different, absolutely the opposite of the entrance. And it would be a little kind of a cachet place where people could go for an evening dinner, meal, to the bar or whatever. And the other thing about the canopy, is that stainless steel that is currently on the edge?
That's
Well,
what we're imagining. Yes.
That would be the idea, stainless steel, flat soffit, recessed lighting in the soffit, possibly uplighting in the pavement. That could become a very, very attractive area. Anyway, the neon, I had to get the neon out there because
No, I'm happy to retract my earlier statement. I'll be open-minded.
upset.
Commissioner Nye.
In the interest of time, I applaud your work and consultation with Post Hazeltine. And I like the direction you're going on these 3 elements, and I support it. as it is.
Thank you.
Commissioner comments? I guess as chair, I'll just say that I also agree that I think all three of these proposals are very well done. You know, I think it really fits into the style of the building, and you've worked really hard to keep that. And, you know, and I appreciate you having to, you know, you have to always come to us because it is a historic landmark and we always have to approve for your, and I appreciate, you know, that extra step you have to do, but I think this building is staying the way it is because of the input that we put into it. And we always try to move you along, so it's not like we're trying to hold you back. But I believe all three, the doors, I think are great. I was a little concerned about the script, you know, maybe more like the letters and the picture down below, but either one would be fine. I approve this project. So I guess we need a motion. This is something we need to approve. So if someone wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion. Is this project coming back to us or not?
No, and you might want to just read the bullet points in the agenda because that would be an easy way to. Just 3 bullet points.
Okay, I'll try. I move that we approve the project.
Right.
They're not correct?
Right, because when it says door, it says a single door, a certain width. So you'd have to just override that and say 6-foot wide pair of doors.
6 foot wide, but as shown in the plans.
Mhm.
Okay. So I move that we approve the project at the Coral Casino with the following modifications to the restaurant entrance with a 6-foot wide door, a stainless steel canopy, and signage as proposed, or as you would like, make it. To modify the existing pedestrian gates, gate posts, and light fixtures at the La Pacifica entry west of the restaurant as proposed, and to enclose the 736 square foot second-story restaurant courtyard with low-profile skylight as proposed.
So that was a slight correction as well. The
No
updated
skylight.
plan is no longer a skylight, it's a solid roof.
With a solid roof.
Thank you.
As proposed.
And we went
Again?
qualifies for sequel.
That it says the above are exempt. And they, with the understanding that these proposals are exempt from California Environmental Quality Act.
Sounds good. Do we have a second for that?
Great, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Nye, second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Malcolm.
I didn't realize the skylights turned into a solid roof now, ceiling. Yeah, that totally goes against what was talked about 20-some years ago during the whole renovation process. It's supposed to be an open area. Also, I cannot support this right now. It's just from a historic integrity perspective, the main view from Channel Drive onto looking at the Coral Casino, that entrance to the restaurant is supposed to be very understated and not attention attracting at all. This would have never flown 20-some years ago when we were discussing this. It was always supposed to be the main entrance, and people who knew where to go would go through that the restaurant entrance, and that was it. But it was supposed to be very understated, not attention drawing. So I cannot support this at all.
Any more comments on the motion?
I'm not as quite as,
I'm sorry. You just turned off.
not as comfortable with neon as some other commissioners may be.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. we'll go ahead and have a vote, and we'll do a roll call vote. Do it again to my left. We'll start with Commissioner Duncan,
Aye.
Commissioner Knight,
Aye.
Commissioner Wittosh,
Aye.
Commissioner Steinwatz,
Aye.
Commissioner Nye,
Aye.
Commissioner Snow,
Aye.
Commissioner Saluga, and Commissioner Malcolm.
No.
I guess I didn't have the mic on. Aye.
And Commissioner Kaufman Gray, aye. So a motion carries. Thank you.
Very much appreciate
Thank
it.
you for being so patient.
Thank you.
So that was our last agenda item, so I'm going to adjourn. And our next meeting is July 8th, 2024 at 10 a.m. and we will be meeting in this same room. Thank you. Hmm? They're going to work on it. See, I'm going to be working on the names of the plaques. You are going to be working on the All Saints. So you're going to do this. I mean, maybe we're. Lansing?